We are IDB Invest, a solutions bank investing in the economic, social, and environmental progress of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are job creators, business developers, proponents of gender equality, and champions of sustainability. IDB Invest anticipates market changes and provides solutions through financial and non-financial innovation, attracting new resources to the region in sectors like transportation, energy, social infrastructure, water and sanitation, sustainable tourism, technology, media, telecommunications, and agribusiness. Our client-first mindset in synergy with the IDB Group offers our clients a tool set like no other, all while making a positive impact. Looking ahead, we will continue to be bold in infrastructure while expanding our impact into new sectors and deliver solutions tailored to our clients. This is our mission, and as it's achieved, businesses will grow, jobs will be created, and lives will improve. So let's work together, because your business is our impact. We are IDB Invest, a solutions bank investing in the economic, social, and environmental progress of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are job creators, business developers, proponents of gender equality, and champions of sustainability. IDB Invest anticipates market changes and provides solutions through financial and non-financial innovation, attracting new resources to the region in sectors like transportation, energy, social infrastructure, water and sanitation, sustainable tourism, technology, media, telecommunications, and agribusiness. Our client-first mindset in synergy with the IDB Group offers our clients a tool set like no other, all while making a positive impact. Looking ahead, we will continue to be bold in infrastructure while expanding our impact into new sectors and deliver solutions tailored to our clients. This is our mission, and as it's achieved, businesses will grow, jobs will be created, and lives will improve. So let's work together.
AgriLAC. Yesterday, we had over 3,000 participants that were linked to the event from almost 70 countries. Today, I invite you to share this event in your social networks. AgriLAC, hashtag AgriLAC. I remind you that we have translations for English, Spanish. We have the support of the IDB. Thank you for all sponsors. Some announcements before we get started. The conference, like yesterday, it's in English and Spanish, so you can choose your language of choice. Today's agenda will have 8 panels. From 9 to 11 in the morning, we'll have 3 panels. After, like yesterday, from 11 to 11:30 Eastern Time, we'll have a 30-minute break. And then the second half of this event, there will be parallel panels from 11:30 to 12:15. We'll have 2 parallel panels, tracks 1 and 2, one about traceability and the other about digitalization for smallholders. And after at 12:15 to 1 Eastern Time, we'll have 3 parallel panels, tracks 1, 2, and 3 also, finance innovations, circularity, and public policies applied to the agribusiness. Then we'll be finishing up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time with some finishing words. I'd like to thank you once again for being here. Enjoy today's sessions. I'd like to welcome all of those to the IDB General Business Director, Hema Sacristan. Welcome all to the second day of AgriLAC. During yesterday, like Guillermo said, we had the opportunity to look at many aspects, talking about different topics. One, without a doubt, is very relevant, has to do with climate change. Much more scientific evidence and much a greater demand from consumers concerning all these topics, which makes it so that the system and the sector is changing for has to do with with the managing all the risks, the environmental risks, something much more proactive, where we're trying to identify business opportunities related to the restoration and the ecosystem changes. These risks are present and they'll continue to be present, and we have to continue to learn to manage these risks. However, it's very clear that this is not enough. We need to create incentives so that the companies not just look to sustainability of their own company, but also to look at the overall value chain sustainably. For this, financing and will be fundamental. And also we have to make it clear that we have to look at these topics in all scales, at all levels, not just that are concerned with inputs for production, but also everything that has to do with the industrialization and sales. Today, we'll talk about other topics, circularity, we'll talk about social aspects, digitalizations, very important topic that we cannot forget. It's related to not leave anyone out. We need value chains much more inclusive. All the social aspects, these social aspects demand more and more are more and more relevant. So it's very clear that the solutions are not unique. None of us will be able to achieve this by ourselves. We need to join efforts. We need to join efforts, civil society, consumers, the public sector, the private sector, everyone together, working together to be able to have a much more resilient and inclusive sector that plays a more relevant role in the recovery of our dear Latin American and the Caribbean. With this mission, we innovate and we work more and more. We're sure that we have the same objective that you have. So I hope you enjoy this second day of our event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hema. Now I'll activate Aitor Escura, head of the corporate divisions of IDB Invest. He'll be the moderator with Paula Santigi, CEO for PepsiCo Latin America. Aitor, you have the floor.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here in this second day AgriLAC. I am Aitor Escuro, head of the corporate division IDB Invest. Today, I have the pleasure of talking to Paula Santilla, Latin American CEO for PepsiCo. The topic we'll be talking about is that embedding sustainability in the corporate strategies. Welcome, Paula. Thank you for being part of AgriLAC, participating in AgriLAC. Hello, Hector. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Good morning, Paula. We have a first question related to the fact that we live in an area of technological advances that are very fast. There are large-scale solutions that are changing many aspects of our daily life, both in the health sectors as well as banking, education, transportation, education, but also we're having changes in a sector that's very key to our future, which is agriculture. How do you see Latin American region and the Caribbean region concerning these technological advances in the agricultural sector? How has the pandemic influenced the food industries related to the technological advances? Yes, technological advances in agriculture are incredible. I am delighted to have our agro team. I'm delighted to hear from producers how the mindset is changing. There's always been in Latin America this awareness of what's right, of the use of soil, the right use of the water, but nothing like nowadays, and especially nothing like accepting that how I can help, what's my role here? How can I help? How can I help this risk analysis to improve productions on the one hand, but also very important to improve the accountability in the long term for Latin America. What we're seeing today from all our farmers is, I'm delighted by this. I'm delighted by this because this says that Latin America, that is going to grow, that's going to develop in a much more sustainable manner. Very good. And focusing a bit in your company, PepsiCo, how do you think that some of these technological changes, some of the main trends in the marketplace that we're seeing that are changing, that are being consolidated with the arrival of the pandemic, how would they influence in that defining the sustainability strategy of PepsiCo and in the way of doing business of your company in the future? Very well, Hector. Look, PepsiCo, we already had, before the pandemic, many goals, very aggressive goals concerning climate changes, water use, pesticide use, community approaches, and so on. What the pandemic affected us, all of us, not just PepsiCo, but all of us in the industry is, well, our lives can change from one hour to the next. So floods and fires we've always had, but nowadays, today, due to this change that the entire world underwent, and the seriousness of this, the impact, we don't want any more surprises like this one. So what PepsiCo has done, and we're very proud of this, is to speed up our objectives, our goals. And now I'll tell you what these goals are. And to speed up these goals is not easy, right? People think that sometimes it's just to blow and it'll make it happen. But no, we need investments. We need important investments. Second of all, we need people in the field ready to change. We need practice, like everyone knows, all those who are working with agriculture, it takes time and work and change management. It's not okay to flood the field. You plant by plant, drop by drop, in a specific year, just when the plant needs it. That's a change in mindsets that we need to work on. Companies, we work with organizations like the IDB, like governments, contacts. It's efforts that we need, contacts we need, where the industries, organizations like yours, public organizations also, we have to work together to make this change management happen. So we support, this technology provides support, and we have to learn to read these images. If you not read the satellite images, you are spending more time that is necessary working with this and make this change. So this communion and joint work, it's very important, very important. Alone, ourselves, we cannot do it. So we thank all the corporations we have, both from the government as well as private institutions. Well, this is an area where within our action plan from the IDB, we work with the smallholders and investing digitalization technologies are two of the keys of our action plans. So here we're fully aligned with PepsiCo, and PepsiCo has made it public your missions to build a sustainable food system. What are the challenges you see in this food systems, and what are the solutions? Your visions that you are investing, you're betting on these challenges. One of the agendas that we propose is positive agriculture. It's a large what we have worked with in this proposal. We're going to be busy just with future positive. If it doesn't fit within this benchmark that we call future positive agriculture, we won't do it. Number one, Aitor, is to adopt agricultural practices that are regenerative in such a way that we use almost 3 million hectares to supply our products, agricultural products. People know us because of our brands, Quaker, Quacker, Gatorade, uh, Cheetos, Doritos, but we are an agro business company. Number one, regenerative agriculture. If not, we won't do it. And also, we won't purchase raw materials that are not come from certified sources for totally regenerative practices, soil and water use, and so on. And then there's another part that I'm delighted with because I do it every month. It's the support over 250 people, persons that are part of the value chains. And not all of them are large farmers that have tractors and barns. No, the opposite is true. We work in all Latin American countries, in all the Latin American countries, and these are small farmers with a little education, little resources, sadly so. We have to talk to them and we have to bring them into the chain. So this value of a company like PepsiCo, today I'm going to offer a contract to purchase 100% of your production. So I'll explain to you what a contract is. You have to I'll buy it from you, but then you have the price already established. This is going to be the math of your productions. If everything works out well, if it works out better, great. We'll still continue to purchase 100%. And if it's worse, I'll promise you that I'm going to buy everything that remains. So the value of agriculture by contract, I can't really say how important it is for especially the farmers, both men and women in this landscape. With this, the communities do things that things are miracles. For example, I'll never forget where I always tell the story. I'll never forget Juliana, a woman that harvested bananas for us in Colombia, and she told me the day that she went in a bank to ask for a loan for a credit to buy a tractor, and she had a plan to use a tractor not just for her land, but also to make it so the tractor was part of all the communities. I cried because I could imagine Juliana going into a bank feeling empowered because she had a contract. 100% of her bananas were being bought. They'll go to PepsiCo, and there's a company that's going to purchase my productions every year, that saw that the value I can teach the other women in my community, everyone will improve. No, this seemed to me that was very important. So personally, I focus a lot, and there's many other programs that we have. The Next Generation Agriculture Fund with IDB in Ecuador, Guatemala, and Dominican Republic focuses on potato producers, very valuable. This that we provide hope to everyone. We don't leave them alone, abandoned to their own luck and weather and so on. They have an infrastructure, they have training. So this is very important, providing training. You're going to harvest potatoes? Okay, so how do you harvest potatoes in the right manner? So I'll provide you the seeds that are going to work in your land. So we have to follow up with these people, and this is very important for positive agriculture. And lastly, to produce everything 100% sustainable. So this year, potatoes that we use in Sabritas, Lay's, Elmo, all our brands, all the potatoes is certified as 100% sustainable due to the agricultural practices. So these are three pillars: agro-regenerative, focusing on communities, and assuring 100% sustainable supplies, which we're working on, will protect all from now on, because what this brings is it brings and protects both the land, the climate, the people for the future, today and for the future. The example that you mentioned for Hilana, the banana crop is key. It's key, not just because what you say concerning for collaborative models that you bring technology, and technology that brings sustainability to the agriculture, to the farmer that many times doesn't have access to technology. And through anchor companies like PepsiCo, you can take this to the farmer, but also because it brings inclusive models where the gender, agriculture, farmer, not men, women, it's on the table, and it's on the table to not just for gender, but also, like you mentioned, the access to financing, access to banks. This is a key point. And going back to the main topic of today, of embedding sustainability to the corporate strategy, how do you link PepsiCo, the sustainability objectives throughout the chain? You mentioned these 3 points of collaboration, of a positive agriculture, regenerative agriculture, sustainable models, but the objectives, do you have concrete objects both outside as well inside the business? And what makes the difference? What's the differential that PepsiCo brings to the table compared to other competitors, other companies that compete with your company? Hector, one of the differentials, all the programs, but the goals, the objectives, very clear objectives, carbon levels, the water use, very aggressive goals, but also it's a link with the brands. If this point becomes more clear, I would say that I believe that very important for the consumer understands this from sustainable agriculture, the work this represents.
And all of this should be once again valued in the mindset of Latin America and the entire world. And nothing better than a brand to talk about this. I thought, if you allow me, and if the technical team can help, I would like to show you a video that shows you what underlies one of the products that can be consumed and that has an very important value chain that we need to protect. Yes, please go ahead with your video, Paula.
Las papas Sabritas están hechas con papa, aceite, sal y un cuarto ingrediente. Uno que no está al reverso del empaque, sino que está al frente del campo. Un ingrediente que se siembra de generación en generación y que crece a lo largo de nuestro suelo, desde Los Mochis hasta Nuevo León. Un ingrediente que importa tanto que no se importa. Porque ese ingrediente es lo que aportan ellos, aquí desde nuestra tierra. Añadiendo a tus papas favoritas la cantidad justa de
compromiso,
dedicación,
carisma,
orgullo.
Un cuarto ingrediente que no se ve, pero se siente.
Life, your life.
Sí, es la agenda, Aitor, ¿no? O sea,
Yes, it's the people, Heitor. This is the secret ingredient that cannot be seen in the food and beverage industry. And this secret are the people that are devoted to the field, the farmers, both women and men from Mexico in this case, but this also applies to Colombia, Chile, and elsewhere. And we need to value these people because we have an entire chain full of people that do not live in the large cities of Latin America, but on the fields. And this, of course, is not a minor issue. And we need to offer them our recognition for that effort of waking up early, caring for our soils, adapting to new technologies, learning and making strides. Yes, without a doubt, of course, the key lies in them. You mentioned the name consumer just a while ago. And we find ourselves in a situation where it is important to educate consumer in terms of the sustainability factors that underlie the products that they consume. Now, this sustainable agricultural agenda has a value not only from the viewpoint of education for the consumer. Do you think that consumers are willing to pay a premium? Are consumers going to begin to demand simply because they can demand, or will they be willing to pay more at the end of the value chain for food products? Which will be the reactions of the consumer in this case? I have bad news for you. Consumers do not want to pay more. What consumers say, I want to buy the large brands. I have known them for decades. They have a top quality, but we have to purchase them at a convenient price. This is what they are saying. Although they might be curious and be willing to learn what underlies the manufacture of these products, and this is what we have learned. Nevertheless, what we do see is a consumer that has begun to use his or her antennas, carefully listening, and with gratitude, the stories that I have just shared with you in this brand Sabrita, which is Lay's around the world. And if we believe that consumers begin to feel this, what are they going to buy? A brand that is responsible for the soil, the water, communities, or not? And they are beginning to make their choices. They're beginning to select the products in one or the other field. Hopefully, this will continue on. And this enormous effort that we are doing will come to a good conclusion of this cycle, which is invest, make strides, use new technology, and hope hopefully get to the point where consumers adopt us. Yes, consumers are at the end of the chain. They're the boss. They're the ones who control everything. And there are educational processes, but we must take into account their demands as well. With this, Paula, we would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much for this very interesting conversation that has enabled us to start off the second day for AgriLAC. We're debating the more urgent issues impacting agribusiness. And once again, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Heitor, for everything and for this very important agenda.
Paula and Heitor, what an interesting conversation we both just had, emphasizing how acting now is crucial for developing a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive food system. With that, I would like to introduce our new panel for discussion, which I think is a great transition, which is the role of ag tech enhancing productivity and sustainability in supply chains. We have a great panel today. I'm going to start by introducing myself, your moderator. My name is Francisco Jardim. I'm a founder and CEO here at SP Ventures. We are one of the region's largest ag food tech venture capital firms. So we've been investing across the region for more than 10 years, over 30 investments in companies like some of the ones we have here today, and that are helping to transform the region's agribusiness value chain into a more sustainable, profitable, and productive and resilient supply chain. With that, I would like to introduce my fellow panelists and also open up for our initial discussions, starting with Mariana Vasconcelos. Mariana, please do a brief intro on your organization. What is the fit of your organization's core strategies with our panel discussions? And opening up for our first question of the day. What are some of the ag tech ecosystem and LAC's trend hot topics related to innovation technology that are most enhancing productivity in supply chains in our region?
Okay, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I am founder at AgroSmart. We are Brazilian, completing 7 years in the road, and we help decision making in the fields through data. So like we collect data from sensors. Even when there is no signal of internet, we combine with many other sources of data and create algorithms that support farmers on how to irrigate, how to predict diseases, how to better plan for weather. And besides the farmers, and that's how I think I fit in the panel, we support the whole agricultural supply chain, like from the input companies in their R&D and planning digital offers to the food companies tracking their whole supply chain and engaging with smallholder farms so we can measure their impact on water, on carbon, and support them to become climate resilient, up to the financial sector where we support banks and insurance companies to mitigate their risk and create more accessible financial products. And within the hot topics that I see in across Latin America and Caribbean, it's for sure like this whole digitalization thing. There's not one single solution that has a huge impact. It's actually the combination of several solutions that will increase yield and allow farmers to be more efficient. But I think we can nominate new trends such as the carbon and how like those ag tech solutions and precision ag solutions can contribute to the generation of carbon credits. And the ag fintech, I would say, is also a new trend, like how do we engage with the financial sector, where we see ag techs providing credit or supporting risk measurement, and of course the green finance. So I still understand the relation of carbon and green bonds is a very important instrument to foster the adoption of other technologies in the field.
Mariana, before we move on and just picking up on some of the topics you just raised, we've seen the technology in the region has accelerated adoption. Over the past 12, 18, 24 months, adoption has really been impressive. And we've seen also in other sectors that the line between traditional tech and services, such as financial services, and you mentioned a few other ones, really started to blur. Do you think that in your core business and the way you're seeing the front lines, not only in Brazil, but the rest of Latin America, adoption first has really picked up and scaled? And second, is this line of technology and financial services and other practices really starting to blur in ag?
Yeah, so I will first answer about the financial. Yes, I think it's becoming a one single package, and I think it's really important. Because one of the main challenges of agtech adoption is financing, like how we make it accessible for everyone, not leaving any farmer behind. So we need financing, and farmers and banks, they need more security so they can take on a loan. Like on the farmer side, to know if they will be able to pay it back, and from the bank side, to know if they have a risk. And data is what can support everything. So I see more and more, and this we see happening in other sectors as well. Even Rappi now with their credit cards, like everyone is becoming a fintech in a way. So I do see this blurry line between what's the ag tech and the fintech sectors coming together. And the adoption, I would say the adoption of technology in agriculture is an exponential curve. So it has been slow, and maybe slower than what was expected, but it is exponential. So every time it grows even faster. And I'm very sure that very soon we will have a completely digitalized supply chain in the next years.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I mean, we think we started out looking for technologies that could make farmers more climate resilient, and consequently more resilient and prepared for these changes. But as you mentioned, these technology companies really have used their technology and their solutions as a data acquisition and a customer acquisition strategy to be able to layer up additional products and services in agreement. With that, I would like to introduce our second panelist, another great groundbreaking entrepreneur from the region, Jairo from Argentina. Intro on some of the things you're doing from Quilimo. I've had the honor of being accompanying you for many years now and seeing the great stuff you're doing, not only in Argentina, but other Latin American countries, and proving that you can build pan-regional businesses in this new space, and tying that up with what the panel is about and what are some of the key opportunities and challenges for ag techs to scale impact, which has been one of the primary challenges, not only in Latin America, but I think across tech.
Thanks, Chico, for the introduction. I'm Jairo Trapp, CEO and co-founder of Quilimo. Quilimo is a data solution for irrigation management. We use satellite data and weather data to model how much water crop uses. And with that, we help the farmers make irrigation decisions. We have been working in this problem for the last 7 years. And right now we're providing services across Latin America, mostly focusing on the Spanish-speaking Latin America. We have people working for Quilimo in Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Mexico, mainly, but we have operations in other countries too. So for us, we are extremely focusing on water, because water is the fuel of agriculture. If you don't have water, you don't have agriculture. And sadly, in Latin America, water has been an issue, a growing issue and a growing concern in the last few years, mostly for the climate crisis, mostly as a side effect of the climate crisis. Around that, around the scalability of impact in agriculture, we believe that we see a few challenges. One of the challenges is the gap. When you try to sell something to a farmer, when you try to approach a farmer, it's extremely important that you acknowledge the gap. Yeah, farmers live in a different environment, have a different context, a different education, and a different relationship to technology that we have. So for us, the key piece the key opportunity here is you have to acknowledge the gap. So, for example, in Quilimo, we acknowledge that when you are selling agtech, you are mostly doing some sort of education. You're training the farmer to use that technology. That's why we created the Irrigation Academy. This is a content initiative that releases around 3 to 5 live events per week. And this year, we will be reaching over 60,000 farmers across the region in Spanish-speaking content, just with Spanish-speaking content. The other thing the other challenge is the clear distrust from the farmer side. They don't trust us. We are these guys in a hoodie that are coming with a brand new truck, and they don't believe us. They don't believe agtech providers and people who is trying to push a new solution. And the opportunity there are the markets. Yeah, I feel that it's always easier to start a conversation with somebody new if you can provide them something to win. Yeah, and I believe that these climate markets are going to become a growing opportunity to accelerate adoption, because you can give the farmer back some of the money that they are investing, and that makes the return on investment very clear. And the return on investment of agtech investment has been clear, and we believe that there's a huge opportunity there too.
Yeah, you touched 3 points that I think are super relevant, and that I'd like to explore more of the panel in the front. So first, when we talk about ag tech, it's implicitly a impact investment strategy, because when you're talking about producing more food in existing hectares with less inputs, right? I mean, besides the chemicals, specifically what Jairo is tackling is water conservancy. There's no way that you can have a serious conversation on global water conservancy without tackling it in agriculture. It's a primary use, and technologies like the ones Jairo is distributing and scaling are critical for the topic. No? The next one, which I think is also critical that Jairo touched, is ag and farming is a very complex operation. No, I mean, it's a manufacturing operation, biological activities with a lot of exchange and effects, volatility and risk involved. And what you're bringing, Jairo, is at the end, and you mentioned this on the academy, the Water Academy that you guys built, which is fantastic, is you're disseminating a management revolution, right? You're teaching management, you're teaching how farmers can manage their operations in real time, and using a very powerful tool, which is your solution and your technology. So I think that's another fantastic topic. And the third is the urgency. And I think I've noticed the same thing, and Mariana mentioned it as well. The urgency at which to adopt, which was initially more of a cost-oriented urgency, but now it's really become, on the sustainability angle, no longer a nice to have, but a must have. And I think that's been key. Thanks very much. And with that, I would like to pass for our third panelist, and will be fully introduced, as I introduced here, Ángeles Undurraga. And Ángeles, if you can speak a little bit about your organization and what Rabobank has been doing, how it's been relevant to the panel's discussion, and then specifically, how can large established institutions, I mean, you're a very different breed of animal than the one Jairo and Mariana represent here. How can you guys lead in shaping and promoting productivity and sustainability in Latin ag, and some of the case studies and things that you guys have been doing so far that you can be proud of mentioning?
Well, thank Francisco. My name is Ángeles Undurraga. I am Sustainability Officer for Rabobank in Chile and Peru. And as some of you may know, Rabobank is a bank that has more than 125 years. We are a bank that was born as a cooperative, farmers, helping farmers. So it's in our heart, in our mission, the standard of growing a better world together, because we were born to help others to develop their businesses. So talking in that line, we don't only give finance to the agri-food chain line, but we also provide network and access to a lot of knowledge. We believe that we need to start developing the way that the food is produced in a more sustainable way. So it's very important for the bank not just to give loans to the sector, but really accompany those loans with access to knowledge, and to help our clients in the transition toward more sustainable ways of producing. So in that line, and connecting a little bit with your question, Francisco, I think that the role of all the stakeholders in the agri-food chain, and the big stakeholders, especially financial institutions as Rabobank and other banks, is really important, because you cannot say, okay, I will continue financing this industry, but we don't have a day after tomorrow because the industry will be unsustainable because of water scarcity, but in other parts of the world there are floods. Like, climate change is here, is a fact. So we need to be responsible also with the assets that we put in the market. So for us is also, when we have a client, we really compromise to accompany our clients in building their companies, their dreams, and all of that. But it's also about risk and responsibility of the assets that we are putting in the market. If we don't have data, we cannot really say correctly the risk of those investments. So taking a little bit of the words that Mariana and Jairo said, technology, information, data is not only important for agriculture doing right their business and making better decisions. It's also a tool for the whole industry and the stakeholders of the industry to have a responsible industry that is going to last more, but also is going to be more reliable for the different stakeholders that are supporting the chain. So for us in Rabobank, we have never thought that this is something like a nice to have. This for us is something really important, and Rabobank has a lot of bullets put in there. We have some investment funds, but we are also putting money in other funds in the US, in Europe, and all that. We are constantly looking for technologies that we can introduce to our clients to help them to do this transition. So it's something that it's not only in the speech of the bank, but we are also putting money to develop that landscape.
This is true. This is true. We've followed some of the investments from Rabo Frontier Ventures and other initiatives you guys have, and it's definitely putting your money where your mouth is, for sure. We've seen, Angeles, the surge here in Brazil, and you know it's a new industry, but it's explosive, of green bonds, climate initiative bonds, what we call here CRA Verdes, which is the securitization of these green bonds, where through technology, investors can pay a premium, let's say, or offer cheaper rates for farmers that can prove they're practicing more sustainable practices. And of course, technology is core to be able to scale this kind of practice and to be able to ensure that farmers are doing it. Do you see this as a core growth area for Rabo as well, and initiatives that you will be able to give better terms and with that shape behavior of farmers?
Yeah, I definitely think that there is going to be an opportunity, and it's going to grow even more. One of the things that we have been promoting in the last year is the sustainability linked loans and the green loans, because it's really important to understand that if you want to look for sustainable finance, you need to develop the correct KPIs in order to track the advances of those clients in sustainability tracks. For instance, like have a baseline and then put some goals each year so you can access to better credit rates and all that. So what we have seen in the sector is that we are really far away of the baseline. So we are helping our clients to monitor, introduce KPIs, and start measuring, use technologies as the technology of Jairo and Mariana to really be able to track, and that we as a bank can measure year to year that the client is doing better in that, so they can access to this discount in the rate. But after that, when we have the sector with technology and we are able to measure that, yeah, there is a whole new area of climate bonds or green bonds that we could really use, or investment to really assure that people that wants to put money in agriculture and the agri food chain have more information and have less risk when they are putting their money. It's really important that we really understand that working in agriculture and in the agri-food chain, it's a sector that is really uncertain right now, and especially thinking about climate change. So if we really want to put money over the table, we need to be able to track and to be able to do shortcuts, so the investors know a little bit more of how their money is going over the sector.
Yeah, you just touched a very important point, which I've seen recurring on many of these discussions. A lot of the people that arrive to the climate change discussion now, they're going for a very abrupt transition, a very abrupt change. But we know that this is not going to be how farmers are going to switch. And you mentioned that it's a year over year, a continuous effort. I've noticed Mariana and Jairo doing this year after year, educating farmers, educating about the value of the technology. And this has to happen simultaneously to the rise of the infrastructure, right? I mean, specifically for Brazil, I know Mariana has been over many years struggling and for getting more connectivity, more smartphone penetration. I've seen her many years on the telecom events and fairs, fighting with many of the telecom operators to get some of these connectivity issues resolved. And it's really been an uphill battle, but I see that now I think the tipping point has gone to the other side. And we've noticed really that the level of digital literacy and the infrastructure on the field is ready for exponential growth and adoption, and simultaneously with the general pressure. So I agree 100% with what you just said. Now that we've gotten all of our panelists introduced, and let's get some healthy discussion in, I'd like to start with some fire questions for the remaining time that we have. And here, I'm going to start with Mariana, but please, Jairo and Angeles, do feel free to add, critique, and jump in. Mari, how can agtechs capture value, monetize the sustainability angle? And otherwise, how can we transform this into an opportunity, as we say, monetization, but really creating shareholder value and stakeholder value across the board?
Yeah. So I think that's a very important question, especially from the countries like me and Jairo represent here, Brazil and Argentina, for example, because we do export a lot of commodities, right? And there's a hard time extracting value, like you said. And like we need to invest in our countries to capture that value here. For example, the Brazilian coffee, right? Like the people that make most money out of the coffee is not Brazil, even though we are the largest producer and exporter. So the data allows for you to understand first how to enhance quality of your product and have the right KPIs that vary from each crop on what do you want more, sugar or more quality in the coffee or in the grapes or even the soybean, right? Like how do you measure the quality of the grain? It's like having the data to produce the best, a better product and have more efficiency in the way you build it. So you add value to your business by increasing your margins, by decreasing your cost. But also the sustainability is very important right now because it's a market demand. Consumers have changed. Our generation that is considered to be the prosumers by 2030 be the majority of the consumers, and we are a generation that cares for what we are consuming, where the food comes from. And Edelman in the US ran a research that consumers are now willing to punish companies that do not take a side, right? They want to reward corporations that do invest in a sustainable supply chain that contribute to impact, and they are willing to stop buying from companies that not only do anything, but that are neutral, that don't position themselves towards the positive impact. And that's what we have seen with all the commitments for one. That's what the consumer wants. And if we can show that we are able to produce in a sustainable way, we are able to capitalize it at a premium price. So we are able to reach new markets, and that will soon stop to be a differentiation. It will be a a demand, like we cannot export, we cannot sell. Brazil has suffered from a lot of boycotts, right? Like we won't buy anymore if you don't meet those requirements. And there is the attribute of, for example, of the carbon credit, and Jairo spoke very well of the water. I also believe that the water will be tokenized as well as the carbon. Like, so farmers will be able to capitalize on top of that, as like on how we reward the sustainability adoption in the field. So they can capture value from the product by telling a story and achieving new markets on producing better products that are sustainable produced, but it can also capture that through tokenized products like the carbon and hopefully soon the water as well.
Very good. Jairo, do you want to
jump in? Yeah, for us, one of the key issues here is that B2B markets are not like B2C markets. Yeah, in general, we see people treating farmers as consumers or trying to push product that looks like a B2C product. One key issue there is that failure is very expensive. If you don't deliver to a farmer, you're forbidden in that area in the next 3 years. And maybe you get a new chance 3 years ahead of the curve. So on our side, the key issue and the thing that we discuss over and over with our team is how we do deliver. How would we make this happen? Because we have to be this entrepreneurial company that is trying new things and is willing to fail, but also we are delivering services to a business that has to trust you, and trust is the key piece of connection that you created with this business. So as an entrepreneur, I do believe that the data and the decommoditization is going to happen, as Maria said. I do believe that markets are going to be a catalyzer of that, are going to help accelerate that, carbon markets, water markets, and utility. But now the challenge is on us, especially at this time where capital is all over the place. So we don't have that many limits. Latin America is hot, and we don't have that limitation right now. So the challenge is on us. We have to deliver a product that works and that help farmers be more sustainable and make a better return on investment in the very short term.
Yeah, you touched some key issues here that I think are challenging the region. No? In the past 12 months, I've started to hear in Brazil for the very first time, perhaps, the surge of possibly pay for use for water, for example. No? So, new things that we had never envisioned and that would definitely not be enabled as a business model to be able to execute without core technologies like the one Quilimo is bringing to the market. So I definitely think that's something that's going to be on the table. And Mariana brought the crypto discussion, and it's interesting because crypto has been a discussion that hasn't been on the table for quite some time. It's been more of a surging technology looking for problems to solve. But over the past 10 months, I think Latin America started to see utility cases, and whether it's in carbon markets being used with crypto and use that as a fragmenting technology for distribution, and gaining B2B to C access to crypto and to carbon markets in the region. I think it's really exploded, and it's definitely going to be the big theme of the next coming years as we democratize these solutions. Angeles, would you like to pitch in on this discussion as well?
Yeah, I think that there is a real important point in what Mariana and Jairo said. And for instance, Latin America is the most fast growing economy in agriculture in the last years. And for other side, we have a lot of exportation, and also two sophisticated markets as Europe. And you will see that the new standards of the European Green Deal, the farm to fork strategy, will also do a lot in the way that our agriculture is done in the region. So it's something that we really need to pay attention, because when we're thinking about carbon markets or water markets, I think that is a second or third phase. Like our agricultures will need to be accountable about the carbon emissions and the water footprint that they have to be able to enter to these more sophisticated economies as the European Green Deal. So it's something that is also going to shape a lot the way of we do agriculture over here, because Europe will not be really high standard with the local production, and they will import like bad produced food from other regions. So it's something that is going to happen eventually. We will have early adopters that will like to work in a more sustainable way, introduce sustainable technologies and all that. But if those companies or agricultures don't have that in their DNA, it's going to be because of the market. So we need to be like with our heads up and really see that the market trends are coming more faster than what we were thinking. And after also Corona, this went like in an exponential growth. So for the agriculture, this will be really giving a new way to do the things, and especially in Latin America, that we depend so much of selling to other economies, we need to look at these trends.
I agree, Angeles. And there's an old saying in the venture capital and entrepreneurial ecosystem which says that being early and being wrong is the same thing. And the great thing about these acceleration of trends is that, I mean, many of us that were probably a little bit wrong, we've been made right with the speeding up of things. And I see Jairo and Mariana were clearly, they were visionaries. I mean, they joined the party before anybody else, and, you know, the music was bad and it was all that. And now it's really booming, and they were clearly the best position, or some of the best position companies to be in. And Jairo touched a point that is super important, and that most people don't understand about ag, the people who are coming from generalist technology sectors and trying to be founders here in the space, which is the risk of over-promising and under-delivering in ag as a danger to not only systemic danger, but also in generating a bad mouth-to-mouth, and then making the technology, in many cases, the company specifically, not working. And I think this has been particularly the case with international technology companies that come to the region, right? The product market fit takes a lot longer to get adjusted because the economics in our region are completely different. The region is composed primarily of tropical ecosystem, tropical agriculture with 2-3 harvests a year, much quicker speed of pest growth, disease growth, plant growth as well. So getting that adapted has been a big advantage of local entrepreneurs. And I've seen Jairo and Mariana and several other of their peers in this generation simply being able to get it right, get the fit right and scale right, while foreign tech companies have really suffered to get it right. And this has been a big advantage. So I agree with that point from Jairo 100%. And then picking up on that, on the local players and international players and how they're faring in their initiatives, Mariana and Jairo specifically, how have you seen some of these international guys that have been able to add value in terms of technology companies, bringing international innovations? Many of them have gotten the business models wrong, but have you guys seen good, solid innovations entering the ecosystem? And then on the second note, do you believe that Latin America will be a platform for exporting innovations to future ecosystems as well?
Here, especially in our space, what is the irrigation space, we only have seen failed initiatives. I mean, it's really, really hard to get technology into Latin America because the multicultural challenge. Yeah, we do like half of Latin America speaks Spanish, the other half speak Portuguese, but they are very, very, very different countries. And that's a big issue for people who is trying to get into this market. It's a challenge for us as well. So we have to create a multicultural team from scratch. And that's really hard, especially when you look alike. I always discuss this with our team. It would be easy for us to set up a team in Japan because you're prepared. You're prepared for the multicultural difference of setting up a team in Japan. You think about it, you try to do your best. But when you're setting up a team in a country that is Chile, we are right around the corner from Chile and Argentina, and things are completely different. And then you go to Peru, and Peru is very different than Chile, even when we do speak Spanish too. So for us, the challenge is around the multicultural challenge that Latin America brings. And about the expansion and the Latin America as a ecosystem where you can create technology that conquers the world. I believe that probably Latin America is not going to create technology that is going to conquer the developed world. I mean, it's hard for us to go into developed markets like Europe or the US, but we have an amazing opportunity in Asia. We have a huge opportunity into other developed markets. And we have to tackle that opportunity. We can create technology that is a huge leap in product, that can provide a huge leap in production and sustainability for India, for, I could say China, but China is soft, but China has this opportunity for us for this. The rest of Asia has a huge opportunity for us, and I would like to see more Latin American companies deepen into those markets soon.
Yeah, Mariana, we've had this recurring discussion on your investment board. Share your views.
Yes, sure. No, I think it's a completely different scenario, Latin America, because we share some characteristics of low infrastructure, so low connectivity. Not only Brazil has very little internet, like still today, 7 years after we started AgriSmart, only 23% of the farms have internet. And that's very small, and it's a commonality among the Latin American countries. The education level are really low, so you will get like a super technified farmer up to someone that can't read in the same context, in the number among the users that you have. So you have to work a lot on UX and UI to make it work. I think the financial systems are also way less prepared to finance technology and like to incentivize that industry to work. So in the majority, and we have tropical ag in many countries like Brazil, not everywhere in Latin America, but in many regions, which is completely different, right? Like we have 3 seasons in the years, our winters are not that harsh, so they don't kill the pests. So like it's another level of agronomy. And the majority of the companies that I saw arriving here didn't predict that. They didn't know there was no internet. They had to spend a lot of money and effort adapting their algorithms to work on it. And in that point, that gives us a competitive advantage, like Jairo said, because we build for the worst scenario ever. If you're in Brazil, you have like 5 countries within Brazil. So you have all the different microclimates that you have to work and test for in your algorithm. You have the logistics that is super complex. So you already built for the conditions that allow you to export. And using the case of Solivtech and also our own experience in the US, I do think we build first-class technology that is able to operate even in developed countries like the US, because in Brazil, for example, and speaking from that in the Solivtech case and in ours, agronomy is very advanced. So you might go to an agriculture group that is listed in the stock exchange and that have like many PhDs within their operation. And that's very different from other countries that where farmers do not have direct access to rural support, or they will share a group of agronomists and stuff. So the agronomy levels are really high, and that allows us for building very good products. But I totally agree with Jairo, and that's what we have been discussing in the boards, is like we have a major competitive advantage in developing countries that shares those same characteristics, and that the American and Israeli startups are not that ready to enter. And that's where it's growing the most. Like the next agricultural frontiers is for sure Latin America. We will be the ones to feed the world in a sustainable way. And there is the next frontiers in Asia and Africa. So like we also target those markets and expansion plans. And I agree with Jairo, even China, India, like all high population growth that will demand food and has a lot of synergies with our kind of technologies.
You touched, I think, 2 or 3 points that are worth mentioning. But I mean, if you look at the past 40 years, and it's zeroing in on Brazil, but agriculture and agribusiness is the only sector that has seen continuous productivity growth year after year after year, right? If you consider industry, agriculture, I mean, agriculture has done a 3 or 4% a year continuously. And it's really been through scientific innovation. I mean, Brazil has built a innovation ecosystem with Embrapa, the University of São Paulo, University of Campinas, the aeronautical engineering, and many, many other research centers that are constantly on the top 10 agronomical science innovation centers in the world, and Argentina the same, and the rest of the region the same. And this has really been key to be able to having this core advantage of maintaining our productivity levels. No, so I agree 100% with the points that you guys have mentioned. And then going on to Angeles, I would like to ask you, Angeles, and it would be great to hear how Mariana and Jairo have been handling this as well. But many large companies, and I think Rabobank is a great example, but we can go to the food companies as well. They end up having an enormous influence over their value chain of growers and farmers within their landscape. How have you been seeing some of these food companies and guys who are in the up chain being able to mobilize their value chain, and perhaps Rabo as a financier has a key role in this, mobilize their value chain and their grower chains to be able to become more sustainable and more tech inclined?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Francisco. I think that I am really optimistic, and we are doing fine. Obviously, everyone wants to move quicker and do the adaptations in a more quickly way. But Rabobank, and we know that we have a lot of influence in our clients. We have in our conversations what I can introduce to my production line. How can I apply to a sustainability linked loan or a green loan? How can I do a sustainability report? How have you seen technologies in other parts of the world? So we are really eager to see how is this going to change in the next couple of years, because we see a lot of companies doing great things. I know that if we turn on the TV, we will see really bad news, but those are the news that sells to the people. But we are having bigger adoption rates and all that. But there is also something really important, and was a point that was touched in this conversation. Sometimes we have really big players, and the technologies that are being developed by more smaller companies, and there we have a gap of introducing that technology in a company that is really big, that have a lot of teams, sometimes not so very good communication between the teams. So there is the need to do piloting and go through and help these technologies to really get into the companies to see the results that they can have. And I have seen a lot of investment funds, accelerators, and all that they are developing programs to do that. So I am really optimistic. But one thing that is also really important, and it's, well, I don't know, but a little piece of advice to all these new technologies, startups, and all that, is that Latin America is a whole world. Jairo said Chile is very different than Peru. Brazil is another world, Argentina and all that. So if you enter a country, you need to do it well. We're a big company, and every time that we think in opening operation in a new country in Latin America, we do a whole research, because this is not like a joke. If you enter to a country, you need to be able to maintain your operation in that time, because if not, you lose that investment of doing other things. So it's really important, and we talk a lot with our clients that sometimes these technologies or these small companies don't really talk to them, don't really understand what they are like, their problems locally. You will see that, for instance, here in Chile, we have water scarcity, but there is a lot of things around legislation and communities and all that. So if you're a water technology that is coming from, I don't know, even Bolivia, for putting an example, you need to be able what is happening with the social landscape and the political landscape and the legislation. So that is very important, because our clients don't want to hire or buy technologies that they will, I don't know, find all these problems when they are applying it. And I think that companies, and especially big companies, and going back to your last question, are also putting some budget to invest in this technology. So I hope that this growth, but you will see we have a couple of clients that are already investing in some technologies or doing open innovation challenges. And also we as Rabobank have a specific initiative that is called Food Bites, that we search technologies all around the world, answering some of the challenges that our clients have. And we have this pitch day and all that, but we also give 3 or 4 weeks of accelerator to be able to understand and to see how we can connect the technologies with the companies.
Yeah, you touched on a point, Angeles, that I agree 100%. The speed at which innovation is practiced today, in terms of trial and error, in terms of adopting, implementing, it's been very difficult for some of the large companies, the technology companies specifically, and the larger consumer companies as well, to be able to play the game at the speed that it has to play. And I think this is where companies like AgroSmart and Quilmo have been so deadly for the large established technology companies, is because they simply have such a capacity to pivot, adapt, and implement these new business models. And Jairo and Mariana have been able to do this successfully on a pan-regional basis, adopting and adapting their business models and pricing and bundling their solutions across the board. With this, I would like to open for a final question, which I'd like to hear all of you guys, because all of you have good experience in this, which is, I mean, all of you have financial and impact investors, let's say, in your operations. How have you been able to manage these two very different breeds of animals and investors as you try to build an organization that has to survive, has to add value, has to deliver returns, and at the same time has to deliver solid, consistent impact metrics on a daily basis? How has this been, Jairo, Mariana, and then Angeles, your view as an investor playing the game?
I would like to start just so I can address and provoke a little bit Angeles as the representative of the corporations, because we used very well here the word transition. It has been a transition. And corporates are we know when things are going to happen, when the corporations put their positioning and we are going to do it and we are going to be here. But we are too slow. I don't think that's being fast enough. If we have to meet all of the goals we have for 2030, doing pilots and doing use cases is not enough. And when I see a lot of initiatives from the corporations, they have accelerators and hackathons and small projects and pilots. And we really need to see these at scale. We need to scale the impact. And I see a lot of people in the comfort zones, okay, I'm doing it already, or I'm in a good place now, or I already can do marketing about it. And we really need to move the needle. To deploy things at the whole supply chain for all of the customer space. And that's the only way we actually have the impact that we aim for. So I appreciate that now we are at this level where we have commitments, where we have the awareness, but now we really need action. So I just wanted to put that provocation there in the table. So now about the investors, I think it shouldn't be two sides, right? You shouldn't have financial investors and impact investors. And I feel really hopeful with the ESG, because I think that's what puts together is there is no impact outside finance. We need financial investors for achieving impact, and every investment should take into account the impact. We shouldn't be investing in things that do not have impact. So I hope that we can align those goals and that it shouldn't be a choice. And that's why I see we are also applying to become a big corp, following the whole trends, because it should be a common goal. We need to find financial results so it can sustain our growth and achieve more impact through that. So I just told Angeles that I realized she also went to Singularity, and that's one thing I could say, that if we want to be financially successful, we need to impact people.
Piggybacking on what Mariana said, I do believe that most of the investments out there are impact investment. That happened in the last 2 years or so. It has become really hard to raise money for investing in just technology, in this agnostic way of investing. I feel that every opportunity out there leads to impact investment. What I can say, and this goes to our customers as well, we are in the carrot phase. We are in a phase where everything is voluntary and you get to choose if you're going to do impact or not, and you get to choose, and you get maybe a prime or a pat in the back because you did something good with your money. We're going to leave the carrot phase in the next 2 years, and we're going to enter the stick phase. And it's good to be on this side of the table. I mean, it's clear that in the next few years, if you're not using your money, your talent, your energy to make the world a better place, you're not going to be able to do anything. Yeah, and that's pretty clear.
I agree. Angeles, would you like to make a final comment?
Yeah, I want to do a very short final comment. We don't talk about impact investment in Rabobank. We talk about doing business as usual. For us, this is going to be the way, putting sustainability KPIs to the loans as we have financial covenants and all that will become the way of doing business. So for us, it's not a separate line or a separate way to work with other investors. It's something that we will need to do. We also we need to work with the Central Bank of Europe. We are measuring the carbon footprint of the bank and our clients. We need to make goals to reduce that. So this is going to be the way of doing business. So for us, we are working really hard to introduce and help to our clients to do this transition, and we see that this is a way of doing business in the future.
Thank you very much. And I think the key message of the panel and the key summary here that we can see is first, when we look at ag, we have to look at the entire supply chain. I mean, from inputs to farming to delivery, distribution, trading, it's the entire supply chain has the merit and the responsibility to change. You can't change one part of it and expect it to be sustainable. And the second, and perhaps this is the most important, is that technology and entrepreneurship are the solution to this problem. Clearly, we're going to have, and there's an implicit side of the ag tech investment strategy, which is impact at the root. When you increase productivity, you're producing more food with less chemical inputs, with less land. So you're preserving forests, you're preserving water, and you're enabling food traceability, as Angeles mentioned very well. You're preserving and you're enabling that you can finance farmers with better terms that are doing more sustainable practices, and eventually scale new economic incentives that will transition more smoothly the supply chain towards a more sustainable value chain, such as the mass distribution of carbon credits. And remember, farming is one of the most important potential markets for generating carbon credits. With that, I would like to thank my fellow panelists. It's been a fantastic and rich discussions as always. And next, we would like to discuss one of the most important topics of the agri supply chains, namely the social aspects that affect human safety, welfare, and community development in agri supply chains. Join Paula Valencia, environmental and social specialist at IDB Invest, as she leads a discussion on the current gaps and opportunities that we are facing. Thank you very much, and I thank you all for listening on to our discussion.
Thank you.
Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning, and Francisco, thank you very much for such an enriching discussion. Definitely the role of technology in the chain values is crucial to reduce the gaps, and perhaps in a few years, we will be able to have traceability for all suppliers. I am Paula Valencia, a social specialist in BID Invest, working with corporate corporations and government. Since yesterday, we spoke about the importance of social, environmental, and governance issues. Paula from PepsiCo shared a video speaking about the importance of people. In this panel, we're going to speak about some of the main social aspects in the supply chains and agricultural chains. I think that the awareness of consumers on the ethics of production and the consumption of food gain force ever more, and the developed countries demand respect for human rights, social development, and a fair trade. This is in the awareness of consumers and in the millenniums to have ethical trade, and they require that child labor and slave labor be abolished, to have fair working conditions and help these smallholders in our developing countries, guaranteeing that the health of workers will not be threatened due to the lack of appropriate safety measures, to have inclusion, diversity, gender issues, include women, and the respect for indigenous people.
Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our today's panelists. Eduardo Bejarano, Projects Director, Dennis Chavarria, Labor Health Manager, and Gracia Lena, Executive Director of L14 Foundation, a social initiative of the Sur Company, and Ulises Vigil, General Director of Mirmex Mexico. I'll start things up with a topic that's very important for the multilaterals and governments, especially in the agricultural sector. We see this frequently, child labor. We've seen this problem widely in cocoa in Africa, cotton in China, and coffee in Colombia, just to name a few. Today we have Eduardo. He's a leader of the Colombia Advances program, whose objective was to improve the capacity of civil society to better understand and approach child labor and promote better conditions to avoid this problem in the coffee sector in Colombia. I am Colombian, so I'm sad about this. Eduardo, could you share how this program came about? What were the initial numbers of this problem that were exorbitant? And before you start, how was the situation? How has this improved through time? Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I am Eduardo Bejarano. I lead this project in Colombia, but before that, I was also part of a coffee project. Both of them were co-financed by the Labor Department of the United States. So when you arrived with Colombia Avanza, due to the interest that the Labor Department in the United States had to approach this topic, because coffee was included in a list that the Labor Department has concerning products that use child labor. So this, for a coffee growing country like Colombia, that involves millions of people and families in this country. So it was very relevant. So that's why we joined this sector, the Association of the Coffee Growers in Colombia, and we started to approach this not from a solution, to start to build a culture on respecting labor rights, respecting men, children for work, and it supposes a transfer of knowledge. So this coffee growing is very different. This coffee culture is very different from other crop chains. So trying to understand that the eradication of child labor is not a topic that's only part of the government. People usually say, no, this is a problem of the ministry, this is a problem of the government, but not. This is everybody's problem. This is something that private companies and other organizations, and of course, governments and states have to approach. So with this viewpoint, we started to work in 2 departments in Colombia, but we don't have the numbers concerning child labor in specific places. When we went in 2018, the numbers were around more or less 620,000 children and teenagers working in the coffee sector, around 5.9%. And today it's around, it's a smaller percentage. That it was surprising considering that we were in a government. So the lesson here is to try to building a culture of respecting, a culture of acknowledging that children should be working. This should be banned, understanding that, of course, all of this can have the potential of favoring or affecting such an important chain in the case of Colombia, like is the coffee chain. Thank you very much, Eduardo. Another topic that I mentioned that is very important socially, the importance to offering proper conditions, proper working conditions. And I'd like to introduce Dennis Chavarria because he works in Central America, and chronic sickness, it's a disease that's present in this Mesoamerican region that's caused by dehydration, stress, heat, and exposure to environmental contaminants that affect especially men, young men that work in agriculture. They're under the sun, exposing to high temperatures, and prevention is starting to decrease. There's not a correct, due to a correct dehydration. So, Dennis, I thank you. I regret that you ask us, how do you manage with your employees and third parties preventing this disease in your company? Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Pauli. Thank you, the entire IDB team, for this invitation. My name is Dennis Chavarria. I am a doctor and surgeon. I am in public health, occupational health. Before that, I worked for the health ministry for many years and also an international consultant with the Pan American Health Organization. Currently, I am labor health manager for 9 years now. I'm also part of the sustainability committee, a team that was set up to assure that we have and to supervise and we meet all the policies and programs that assure meeting our sustainability standards. San Antonio is an energy company, the largest one in Nicaragua, very much committed to sustainability. That's why the San Antonio sugar mill has 3 very important certifications, over 9 certifications. I'd like to mention 3, which are the most important, very much focused on sustainability. Bon Sucro, Fair Trade USA, and also the standard of ISO 45001. San Antonio grows around 30,000 hectares. Of these 30,000 hectares, we can say that 60% are of the San Antonio sugar mill, 40% are of large and small suppliers, in such a way that
todos los empleados propios del
all the employees of the sugar mill are those who are responsible for harvesting, transporting, harvest, transport the sugar cane, including the 40% that comes from the outside parties, in such a way that the private suppliers don't have personnel that are directly responsible for the harvest or for the transportation of the sugarcane. 100% of the sugarcane is handled by a San Antonio sugar mill. As a company committed to sustainability, we rigorously follow the procedures and norms for health, safety, and work health and work safety, so that we have been a pioneer in implementing best practices that are related to assure hydration, assure shade and rest for everyone who is working manually working in the fields. Since March of 2020, we have incorporated, like everyone knows, a number of biosecurity measures to assure the continuity of the operations in such a way that our program we call Shade, Rest, Hydration, and Hygiene, which includes all norms to prevent COVID to spread in our workforce. To assure the meeting of this meets, we have a team of nurses, doctors, and supervisors that are responsible for checking in each of the crop areas that all these activities take place. We also have mobile clinics that daily go to different areas where the manual labor is taking place to supervise that everyone is following the necessary procedures in terms of hydration. Among other agricultural activities, like planting the sugarcane, the private provider, suppliers, and the workers, the workers of the private suppliers, they meet clauses that are established in the contracts that they signed with the San Antonio sugar mill. These contracts have clauses with including all the norms that of the Ministry of Labor of the countries. They are committed to meet all the hygiene and safety norms that are part of the Nicaragua's legislations, and also the ones that the Labor Ministry established. The sugar mill is also responsible for training, supervising, and collaborate with important information with all the supervisors. So we maintain excellent relationships with organizations like APRICO in the western part of the country. Thank you very much for telling us what's going on in the sugar mill to meet all these health and safety conditions for your personnel and third parties. Graciela, another of the points that was mentioned was this linking of the indigenous people, and also when they are part of this supply chain of a company. I know that also you have a diversity, gender, and inclusion program, and it seems to me to be an example to be able to share. I thank you if you could tell us what motivated you to start to work with the Wichi. What benefits have come to the company and to the Wichi community? This very close relationship, and how is the relationship strengthened? What does the company offer to the community? You have the floor, Graciela. Welcome. Thank you, Paula, for this invitation, IDB, and those who have coordinated this event on my behalf, on the behalf of my company and the El Fortin Foundation and Desde el Sur company. We started this process of a productive development in the north of Argentina, in the province of Salta, close to the Tartagal city, almost in the border, close to the border with Bolivia. This is an area where there's an important indigenous population, especially of Wichi communities. Since we arrived at this area, we understood that it was very important to work together with the community in such a way as to achieve interactions and to be able to have with them a very strong linkage of good neighborhoods under a condition of developing different communities, but with the interest and the decision of being able to integrate them. This, at first, we had a very important link with the rural public schools, schools that are located in the outskirts of our installments, Desde el Sur, in the agriculture zone, but it's in the indigenous community, inside the indigenous communities. This link with the teachers of the schools resulted to be very important because it allowed us to better know the idiosyncrasies. We always say that there were excellent translators of the culture because it allowed us for us to better understand how to manage the Wichi family, and this in turn understand what were for them to understand what were objectives and to contribute in some ways towards this interaction. What we intended since the beginning was to try to have an attitude of providing services for the public schools, collaborating especially not just with the food, which was the first objective, try to support the feeding of the children to be more proper and more abundant, but also to make them know, the teachers know, that they could count upon organizations to try to solve any difficulties like better roads, providing better roads, better access to water, and similar things that made it so a strong link of friendship and trust. This we we understood how the children were important. This is very important because since their pregnancy and during the first 5 years of life, you generate the psychomotrics development of human beings. And this is very key to take into account because if you don't have the proper nutrition, healthy nutrition, proper nutrition, we are not able to provide immunity to the children as should be the case so that they could go into schools in a proper way. This generates a future danger situation because this would be the men who will work, who will have to provide food for their homes, who have to obtain wages, and won't have access to qualified jobs due to this initial damage that took place. This led us to work with an organization called Colleen Foundation. It's an organization directed by Dr. Abel Argino from Argentina. Today, it has many centers in the country in Latin America. And through this CONI Foundation, we created our own organizations due to the initiative of Del Sur. This is called 14 Foundations. We have a center of fighting against children's malnutrition. This is called the Centro Colina Alcaba. It's located in a strategic zone of the rural area of the city of Tartagal. So we are working with the mothers of the community, with the children, and we're trying to achieve a very important interaction with the entire community and with the parents of the community in an intervention that what our objective is to try to achieve that no one feels alone. This is the objective, trying that they feel that they can count upon us, that everyone needs to help one another so that the development that we can achieve may transform into progress for our neighbors and for neighboring communities. This is the objective. Thank you, Graciela. This was in Argentina, and I will go more to the north in Mexico. I would like for Ulises to tell us how it's been this relationship with the supply chain in there. Ulises has a very close relationship with indigenous people in the regions, and I'd like to know what led you to think about starting to work with these suppliers. Ulises, you have the floor. Good morning, everybody. We started this 35 years ago in the state of Oaxaca, located in the south of Mexico, which is characterized with a very rough topography and very difficult to move on. So we started our first approaches with the suppliers. Suppliers are very strategic. Without them, we wouldn't exist. So these honey producers, they have the experience to harvest the honey, and also we are responsible for selling the products and making it reach the consumer. We complement each other between the company and the suppliers. This relationship with our suppliers has been around for 35 years. So we have a relationship of trust with them. Nowadays, we work with this honey growers, of which 12% are women. We are located in different regions in the south and southeast of Mexico, especially in the states of Oaxaca, Chiapas, Veracruz, Huancuán, Campeche, and Paradox. Currently, we have around 300 projects located in localities with a high economic level. We have our centers to reduce costs for the producers and the transportation of their productions to the sales points. I should point out that 100% corresponds to small producers that have 20 to 30. Most of them are indigenous people.
And they come from Mixteca, Zapoteca, Maya, Cho groups, as well as other significant groups. We offer them equal treatment, and we also offer them a equal treatment to the bee growers. We have 50% of these people that are women and that occupy these positions in our company. Now, to be a supplier, you have to take the commitment to work with the best quality standards so that we can offer the consumers a healthy product. And of course, the suppliers have to be very careful with natural reports. Another important aspect is that they should not use child labor. Thank you very much, Ulises. We were able to observe that child labor, labor conditions, the relationship with the communities, especially with the indigenous people, are key to have the proper management of the supply chain and to also ensure production in your own companies. I would like to continue with Graciela once again, because not everything is wonderful. There are difficulties. Which have been the challenges at the level of your institution? What is it that you had to do to stop working with business as usual and to begin this cooperation with the community? What happens is that the communities in this area in general use their language, the Wichi, and this limits the communication significantly. That is why it was important to work with the teachers as they have knowledge of the language. They have been very helpful in this interaction. Perhaps the cultural issues are very important in this, and I would like to share them with you. They're quite easy to understand. In our work, we attempt to interact with the mothers so that we can change some of the behaviors that are not very good when it comes to the nutrition of children. At 6 months of age, besides breastfeeding, the children should receive other types of food. In the Wichi culture, this is not a fact. This is not something that we impose. Very gradually, we offer advice so that the mother can adopt this practice. There's another cultural issue, and the mothers are accustomed to take their children on their chest with a material that is called an aguayo. Now, this aguayo protects the child and presses the child against the mother's chest. Now, this tradition does not allow the child to have good muscles in the neck because of the time they spend in their mother's arms. When they get to 6 months, the children are unable to sit and receive proper nutrition. These are the challenges. So, how to ensure that the mothers will change this cultural tradition and adopt the practices that we are recommending? And this allows us to feel extremely satisfied the day that the child is able to sit and receive other nutrition. It means that our intervention gradually has led to an exchange because we also learned from them. The benefit is always a mutual one. They are better and we are also better. We cannot save ourselves individually, and this is the goal. Our motto is good neighbors working together for a better world. I fully agree with you, Graciela. For a company to be able to operate properly, it should be able to train its suppliers. They should be happy with good prices and good conditions. And we see this often through our projects. Ulysses, I have a question. Which are the benefits that you offer to these suppliers to maintain their loyalty? Doubtlessly, there must be other companies who want to purchase the honey from these suppliers. What is it that you offer your suppliers to ensure that you will have the necessary production? I ask you this because in many cases, there are no contracts with the suppliers. They sell their product to the best better. What is it that Mealmex offers to have the production that it requires? Well, the principle is the safety and well-being of those who work in our supply chain. They are our priority and a responsible sourcing. Mealmex, along with other companies, support the suppliers that are very vulnerable to climate change. In 2020, they lost their beehives as well as their production because of the heavy rainfall and sudden variations in temperature. Now we attempt to strengthen their ability to respond to the potential impact on honey. And at Mealmex, for this, we're implementing a program to strengthen our suppliers through raw material, technical assistance, production practices, good nutritional practices, and the management of their beehives. We're also offering information and prevention when it comes to climate changes to avoid the impact that this will have. This enables them to increase their volume of production. They are able to ensure the innocuity and make the production traceable. And we're offering products for the nutrition of the beehive as well. With this, we are sure that the beehives will persist and it enables suppliers to recover from the losses they may have. And we are able to work with bees that have better characteristics, a better adaptation. And reforesting is one of our important actions. We also participate in this in the southeast of Mexico. No other private company working with the distribution and experts of honey have shown interest in strengthening the production capacity of their suppliers. And this is what Mealmex is doing. And because of this, we are the preferred company for them. Thank you, Ulysses. And for us, it's always a pleasure to support our customers, as in this case. Eduardo, let us change topics and speak about COVID, which is in vogue. Unfortunately, COVID has been a significant trigger limiting the educational system in Colombia and in other countries of the region, leading to unemployment. How do you think that we can control and avoid having an increase of children working because of necessity? First of all, because they have no way of getting to schools, and secondly, because of the unemployment of their parents and because the homes will require additional economic support. If you could please comment on this. Of course, Paula, when the pandemic began, organizations like ILO and others spoke about the risks that COVID could have on the population of children and adolescents, and we observed this throughout the continent. Now, the impact on this population in urban zones is different from rural zones. We try to make everything homogeneous, and we do this based on the urban viewpoint. But the context is different in rural areas. So there are several challenges. We begin with education. People in the field should know what they can do and what they cannot do. Now, to generically say that there is child labor doesn't offer a practical message to the population. When you think about the conventions of the ILO and say a minor should not apply pesticides or work under specific environmental conditions, this is a clear message that people can begin to put in place during COVID. It's easy to speak about connectivity, what is virtual, to speak about Zoom and Teams in the urban context, but in Colombia, more than 80% of the territory does not have good connection. We're speaking about a completely different paradigm that we should approach through public policies and other means. But it is important to focus on these efforts to ensure that children and adolescents can be part of the educational system. First, we need connectivity. We cannot continue to speak about this if we don't have connectivity in the rural zones. Children do try to help in the home budget, and perhaps many of the children are not paying attention to the education system. If they have no connectivity, how can we demand that they become involved? We speak about what is virtual, about networks. A simple thing such as a computer or tablet could enable children and adolescents to have access to education. And finally, what is relevant is training so that they can acquire the skills to use the virtual and connective tools that are available even in their farms. And I say this based on my own experience. They no longer identify as Colombian campesinos. They consider themselves entrepreneurs in the field, and they have to begin to think about technology as a fundamental tool to enhance productivity. Of course, Eduardo, let us continue on with the issue of COVID-19. COVID-19 has led to the close down of several operations worldwide. First of all, we did not know how to deal with it. There was the contamination of a high number of people. What has San Antonio done to limit the spread of the virus among its employees? And how has it replicated this among its employees to continue on with production? I mentioned that between March of 2020, we followed the recommendations of the World Health Organization. The company, through its executive director, created a health commission, which was very important to have a committee responsible for the pandemic under the responsibility of physicians. I said this at the beginning of the pandemic. It's a moment for science to have physicians responsible for dealing with this public health problem worldwide. So we created a plan to face the pandemic. We worked with all of the recommendations of the World Health Organization, as well as the recommendations of the health authorities in the country. This plan was put in place in March of 2020 and continues to be active up to date. Since the beginning of the pandemic, you know that the risk matrices have to be reviewed every year. Since that date, we have changed our risk matrices, assessing the vulnerability and the impact of this biological risk and what it can represent for each worker in each different process. This has been fundamental, enabling us to face this sanitary risk. Since the beginning, we offer training to the workers. We offer them constant information on the problems that were happening in the different regions of the country. The Health Commission has a constant conversation with the workers, with the direction of the company, with community networks, and our entire group of private suppliers as well. And according to the risk level, each worker has the appropriate PPE. Since March of 2020, we have been using the masks as protection. Others tend to use facial visors, and we have made changes in our physical infrastructure to be able to protect our workers. What has been very helpful at the sugar mill has been to seek out cases every single day. We don't have access to PCR or the rapid COVID tests or serological tests. What we do is with a group of 30 nurses that are called health promoters, we actively search out people at the entrances. We work with thermometers, with oximeters, and through questions asking people if they have symptoms that are compatible with acute respiratory infection. Any person with symptoms, whether they are flu or breathing problems, will immediately be sent to the hospital. We isolate the person regardless of the person being positive for COVID or not. Any person with the suspicion of infection in the respiratory airways is sent home for 10 or 14 days. We limit access to people, not only workers, but visitors when they have high temperatures. And we also limit access to people who have any symptom of a respiratory disease. What has been fundamental is to maintain offering information to workers, the washing of hands with soap and water, the permanent use of masks, and to contribute with donations of sanitizers for all of the communities in the surroundings of the San Antonio mill. We have also donated masks and information to the churches, to the schools, to public institutions to ensure that people not only put into practice the biosafety tools, but also in the communities and in their workplaces. Thank you very much, Dennis. And what I have heard is to maintain the risks updated because they do change. And secondly, what is important, training and a relationship with the community to prevent the spread of the virus. I'm going to give 1 minute to Graciela and Ulises to summarize why they believe it is important to bring in the supply chains into the operation. Only 1 minute because of our time constraints. If you allow me, I would like to mention something that you remarked at the beginning. Through the agreement between Bid Invest and our company, we have a development program for agroecological training of the community. The community is being trained. This program should have begun in March of 2020. It was postponed due to the pandemic, and we began it in April of this year. We received the visit of trainers, and we're working with the National Institute for Agro Cattle Raising of Argentina, and we're working with the agricultural production in the community, first of all, to ensure self-sufficiency and adequate nutrition with vegetable and fruit, with the goal of generating a surplus that the community can sell. And the company offers the warranty that they will always be willing to buy this surplus production. It is an organic production. Well, the first objective is self-sufficiency in the community, and we would like to ensure that this process will continue to grow, generating a surplus. This could end up being a production and development model that will be replicated by other communities in the region. Ulysses, 1 minute.
Okay, this relationship of trust and transparency, it's a win-win situation which has allowed us to be responsible in the production and quality of the honey that we bring to the consumers. Basically, 4 points: interested in growth and development of your suppliers, support them so that they work and perform correctly in terms of climate change to drive the actions and development of their abilities that allows them to increase their productivity and efficiency. Third point is to commitment of the company with their suppliers for an equitable deals, and also to communicate to suppliers of the importance that they have within the supply chain of the company. Thank you, Ulysses. You greatly helped me to close this panel. All these points are very important in the relationships that the companies have with their suppliers. The social aspects can affect safety, well-being, and the community development, and also the economy and the performance of all these companies. I thank all 4 panelists. Thank you for being here with us today and sharing your experience. And those of you who are following us, please stay with us. We have a 30-minute break. When we're back, we'll have 3 parallel sessions and 6 panels simultaneously. They're all available in agrilac.com and the IDB Invest YouTube channel, English channel, and all sessions will be recorded and will be made available in our YouTube channel once the event is over. Thank you.
We are IDB Invest, a solutions bank investing in the economic, social, and environmental progress of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are job creators, business developers, proponents of gender equality, and champions of sustainability. IDB Invest anticipates market changes and provides solutions through financial and non-financial innovation, attracting new resources to the region in sectors like transportation, energy, social infrastructure, water and sanitation, sustainable tourism, technology, media, telecommunications, and agribusiness. Our client-first mindset in synergy with the IDB Group offers our clients a tool set like no other, all while making a positive impact. Looking ahead, we will continue to be bold in infrastructure while expanding our impact into new sectors and deliver solutions tailored to our clients. This is our mission, and as it's achieved, businesses will grow, jobs will be created, and lives will improve. So let's work together, because your business is our impact.
Good morning and welcome back to AgriLAC. This is session 3, part 1, with the name Digitalization for Smallholder Farmers. Please remember that we're having parallel sessions that are being recorded and are all going to be available on IDB YouTube channel once AgriLAC is finished. This session is going to be in English, Spanish. Please ensure you use interpretation services if needed. Our aim from this session is to build on insights from previous sessions at AgriLAC, especially on the role of AgTech, a panel discussion that happened earlier this year. The topics of that session was how AgTech can be a productivity enhancer and the importance of closing those gaps in the supply chains. Digitalization can indeed address both challenges. My name is Panos Lukos, and I'm Senior Insights Manager of the GSMA AgriTech program. GSMA is the global trade association of the mobile industry. The AgriTech program falls under the foundation arm of the GSMA. And the vision of the program is to promote equitable and sustainable food chains that empower farmers and strengthen local economies. Last year, we partnered with IDB Lab, sister company of IDB Invest, and we produced a landscape of the AgriTech ecosystem for smallholder farmers in Latin America and the Caribbean. The study is available on the GSMA resources page under GSMA AgriTech program. At this moment, I would like to introduce our esteemed guests. And today I'm joined by Andrea Londoño, who is CEO and founder of Allo and Partners. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Paros. Thank you very much.
I'm also joined by Diederix Gadea, CFO at Aldea Global. Hi, Diederix.
Hi, Panos. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, I'm joined by Diana Popa, who is the founder of Extensio. Hi, Diana.
Hi, Panos. Great to be here.
Thank you all for joining. Now, before we move to our panel, I would like to set the context of today's discussion. Network connectivity is essential for the successful implementation of most digital agricultural tools. Coverage for mobile internet services is nearly everywhere in Latin America. But there are gaps between urban and rural areas, resulting in some 24 million people not having access to mobile broadband services. As you can imagine, the majority of these people are actually people living in rural areas, and it is likely that those people are actually farmers. When it comes to network connectivity, additional considerations arise from varying adoption of smartphones to the cost of data and the low tech and digital literacy that is prevalent in rural areas. I would like to ask our panelists, starting with Andrea, to introduce Allo and Partners, but also to tell us how connectivity is impacting the services you offer. And when it comes to digital, what is important for farmers? Andrea, over to you.
Gracias, Paros.
Thank you, Panos. Thank you for your introduction. Thank you for IDB and IDB for this interesting event. We are a society from Italy, my adopted country, with a desire to create bridges between Europe and Latin America, especially with Colombia, my native country. Solid bridges based upon the exchange of knowledge and know-how that are able to go in a two-way path in an efficient manner in terms of innovation, technology in sectors like agriculture, and exchange that consolidates with their active participation in the development of projects that introduce connectivity, a basic topic for the sustainable development of the rural zones in Latin America, digitalization, and different technological scenarios in the agricultural process for the empowering of rural communities in Latin America. Our modus operandi in terms of connectivity is based upon a holistic viewpoint, a concept, holistic viewpoint, inviting different players, private sector, public sector, universities, NGOs, and including the rural communities themselves, the co-ops, the development of projects that takes place in zones that don't have good connectivity, where we have been able to achieve, to introduce, activate internet services thanks to TB White Spaces technology. Within this context, connectivity refers to the introduction of the same in rural communities with the clear objective, the interest, of course, and the wish of the farmers, the small producers, not just to know in details how their agricultural activity works, but also to have access to a much wider information world, to have access to data, to have access, including to services like telemedicine or fintech. All of this helps us, of course, to increase the educational level of rural communities and introduce, if possible, vanguard technologies like the blockchain technologies for everything that has to do with traceability. All of this access to new services is leading us to consolidate sustainable boards like we mentioned that allow us for the same co-ops be an active part. These inclusive models or collaborative models, like Paula Santilla mentioned, CEO of PepsiCo, in the other panel.
Han ustedes desarrollado en estos 2 días
in the previous panels that took place in this Congress. So the topic that has to do with connectivity is a basic fundamental topic for sustainable development of rural communities in Latin America.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your contribution here and to the very valuable and relevant thoughts that you shared. I would now like to move to Diedericks and ask Diedericks to also introduce Aldea Global. Tell us a bit more about the services you offer, how digital is actually relevant to these services, but also tell us more, share your thoughts on what are the key digital services and what do you estimate is the biggest value add that digital can offer at farm level from the experience you have by dealing with farmers. Over to you, Diedericks.
Gracias, Panos. Gracias a todos.
Thank you, Spanos. Thanks, everyone, for the invitation to this very interesting event and to be able to share a bit of what we have been doing in Aldea Global, Global Village. Aldea Global is an association of smallholders. We are around 16,000 small farmers in the north of Nicaragua, of which 5,000 are women. So we have a focus, we strongly focus for women to participate in our co-op. We are in the agribusiness rural sector. 4 or 5 services, credit. Usually here it's necessary to have a working capital to produce, and also we can work in coffee, which is also coffee production our members have. We try to take it from the field at least to 25 countries at the global level. And also the members, when they ask for credits, they also need for inputs, organics, non-organic inputs, high quality inputs. It's normal for a smallholder, doesn't really have economy of scale. What we do, we try to, from the port, from the importer, go straight to the farm. That's a service we provide. And the other one is, all right, I have inputs, I have a market, but we also need knowledge. So here we have a Village Foundation out there, very technical. So also we have an industrial plant. We transform the products from the small farmers to take them to the global level. In each one of these services, what we have tried to is efficiency. Efficiency is not just working more, working faster at the menu level, but we have incorporated technology. In 2013, we started what perhaps now is digital transformation, and the focus of the board of directors, which are small producers, with the general managers and all the teams that are connected. How do we do it to be more efficient? We do processes, and the conclusion was digital. We automate all the processes from when the producer makes the request until we provide the input. Today, we can say when we do the spending, we can do it from our cell phones. We can receive all the information from our cell phones. But as a small farmer in a rural zone, where to talk from a smartphone is to talk of high technology. We speak about high technology, so we try to do it, make at homes, home tools, mobile homes that allow the smallholder with a smartphone of a low grade, of low cost, he can visualize all these kinds of services, and we automate everything, including nowadays the smallholder can deliver his coffee in from the most remote areas, 100 kilometers in the mountains regions, and automatically in that place he can apply for credit. He delivers the coffee, and from his cell phone he can apply for credit without paying any tax interest. He doesn't have to go take a bus for 4 or 5 hours to arrive at an office and say, I'm going to pay. He did from nearby his home. But also, one of the challenges that is there, but there's no internet. So what we do also, we develop with mobile apps that synchronize. If there's internet, great. If no internet, you have to move around perhaps a kilometer, or you go to a nearby and there's internet and you synchronize. So we've tried to adopt always the technology, but also with the limitations we have. What's the objective? Less time in the transactions of our members, greater productivity. And nowadays with COVID, we can say that the smallholder is not exposed from his home without precautions or his cell phone. He does all the transactions. Where are we going? Their challenge. We want to say, we want to be, just the participation of women. Women also don't have access to the services. Medical services is invisible. Technological services is invisible. So we went there with a model that perhaps is behind me, this test. What we try to is how to provide digital technical assistance. Since we're 16,000 in the entire agricultural sector, we'll need about 500 agronomic engineers to provide technical assistance. So one of the challenges has been to be able to take this knowledge to more producers, but basic information at the farm level, you can do it from your app in your cell phone. The most interesting thing is to do a soil analysis. We had to go at least 400 kilometers. Today we can do it at the farm. The smallholder can do his soil analysis at the farm level. Here he can have his investment plan. He can say, I need fertilizers. I'm going to request this from my app. And through a model that we also call Aldea, we can take this to the farm. What has been the focus? Efficiency in the services, reducing costs for producers, greater quality of care, of services, and today with COVID, prevention, of course, and better productivity in the farms of our members. Less costs, greater revenues. Sometimes we think less increased revenues, but not just increased revenues, also being efficient in the use of resources. And like this, quality of services, productivity as the focus of Aldea Global for the smallholder.
Frederick, thank you so much for these insights. They're very relevant. And I'm hearing lots about coffee and cocoa, but also there are other very important value chains alongside these two in Latin America of strategic importance for the countries, especially in Central America and the Andean region. And I'm sure Diana in a minute can tell us more about that. And I also noticed that you mentioned COVID. I hope we have the time later to briefly touch on the pandemic as well and the impact of the pandemic on digital agriculture. But before that, last but not least, I would like to move to Diana and ask you, Diana, to share an introduction of Extensio. But I would also like to ask you to share how important connectivity is for the business and how has the process been to incorporate so many farmers in Extensio services, and what are the most difficult challenges from a technical and human user point of view to scale up the services across more countries and more farmers? Over to you, Diana.
Muchísimas gracias, Panos.
Thank you very much, Panos, for the question. Thank you to IDB for the invitation for this conference. Extensio is a social company, is a B certified company, part of the Access organization dedicated to connecting small producers to high value markets. As Extensio, we act as a digital field agent, outreach agent, field agent, connecting small producers with critical information for their decision making. Till now, for 6 years now, we have worked with around 24,000 farmers in Mexico, Colombia, El Salvador, and Haiti. And how do we do this? We manage a digital platform that's connected to other digital, where we extract algorithms of climate and other aspects, and we work with agronomists and research organizations, agro research organizations, agricultural companies to create relevant content for the producer and to send the producer information concerning climate at the level of his region, warning of pests, climate, best agricultural practice for his crop, and connectivity opportunities with high-value markets. This information we send through communication, accessible communication means to the small producer, SMS, WhatsApp, phone calls, and they can communicate with us the same way to share their needs, their specific needs, and the results that they're obtaining in the fields, applying the best practices. And the connectivity, to answer the question, has been one of the most important challenges that we have had, like my colleagues mentioned in this panel. It's a challenge for connectivity in the field in Latin America. And although the stats, because the cities, we have excellent connectivity, once we leave the urban zones, once we leave the towns and we go to the fields, the telephone starts to fail and the data network is not strong enough, it's very weak, or there's no networks. So this is the reality which we are building within. And for this motive, a bit like Diedrich was mentioning, we create technologies that are adapted to the technology that the small producer has access to. That's why we are with communication means that go through weak connectivity zones or that have no data, and we can be easily used in any kind of telephone. Sometimes, like I mentioned, the producer has a smartphone.
So the data is weak or the people are not used to working with applications. So we adapt to the way in which farmers use their phones, and we offer them information through channels that they are already using and that they know about. And this has been a key factor to be able to attain the scale that we have at present. And our goal is quite ambitious in the short term, at least in 2026. Our goal is to be able to connect 1 million of smallholders in Latin America and the Caribbean to our information and risk management system. And we're building partnerships with public and private agro companies to be able to reach this scale and offer valuable content for producers. Perhaps a second challenge or second success factor for us has been to build these communication programs with the farmers themselves and not for the farmers. Oftentimes, we design extension or communication programs from the viewpoint of our offices in urban areas. We are now focusing on building our programs alongside with farmers. We recompile data. We carry out polls among farmers as a baseline to understand their needs, how they use the telephone, at which time of day they use them, which is the information they need and for what. If it's production, quality, access to market, revenues, we monitor the interaction of farmers with the app during the production cycle while we send messages digitally, and we assess each project to measure the farmer satisfaction with the service, what else they need in terms of information, and the impact that we can attain in the field.
Working with the farmers and not for the farmers, this is certainly something I will keep in mind. And we also follow this approach at GSMA in the donor-funded projects that we run, and working to understand what are the real needs of the farmers is actually the number one step in rolling out the project on the ground. Before we move to the next question, I would like to actually go back to Andrea and ask Andrea about digital and how digital is important for farmers. So what does Aloha and Partners do in terms of digital, and how is that becoming an important tool in the hands of farmers?
Gracias, Paros. Me uno
Torres. Thank you, Panos. Well, first of all, in terms of what you have just underscored and what was shared by Diana, that issue of co-creation, to work hand in hand with farmers, that is very important for knowledge transfer when it comes to digitization. Smallholders, rural communities will clearly understand how the work goes from paper and how it can be carried out on a digital platform that not only stores the figures and data introduced by the growers, they analyze these and compare it with previous information. And thanks to the introduction of sensors and weather stations, they also have access to different forecasts. What has happened to the harvest in previous years, the impact of humidity and rain on their crops. So the transfer of knowledge is very important, and the key factor when it comes to this transfer and digital transformation, as Diederik mentioned, are the educational programs. What we do as Aloha Partners is to share the knowledge that we have on the basic elements of digitization with farmers, the meaning, the reach, the difficulties, as well as the proper management and the instruments that are required for this digitization. I loved what Diana and Diederik mentioned in terms of co-creation, or the use of apps that are of easy access and easy use for small farmers. We have put forward co-creation projects which include the use of sensors. They respond immediately to the needs of these communities. Well, in truth, the producers are very hesitant in introducing changes in their customs or methods. They're quite resistant to innovation. If they don't know something close up, it's very difficult to put aside paper and pencil because they do not trust something they have no knowledge on. And it is also very important to underscore that in the value chain, others benefit from that data. And I repeat, the issue of co-creation is key for technological transformation and digitization of agricultural processes in rural areas. Thank you, Panos.
So we went through a number of key topics so far, especially around connectivity, around the benefits of digital technologies for farmers. I would like now to shift the discussion towards trends in digital agriculture. In the report we published last year with IDB Lab, the sister company of IDB Invest, we came across a range of trends in digital agriculture across Latin America. Trends that have been driven by the supply and demand of agri-tech innovation, the needs of the local farmers, the agricultural context in the local supply chains, and many, many other factors. And I don't want to actually preempt any answers, but I would like to ask you, what are the trends in digital agriculture that you have observed for smallholder farmers in Latin America? I know you have already mentioned some of these trends, but maybe you can expand from what you're seeing in your immediacy, and then give us some kind of prediction or interpretation of trends that you see developing in the region in the next few years. Now, maybe we can start with Diana, who was the last person, the last panelist to talk earlier. Diana, over to you.
Gracias, Panos.
Nosotros. Thank you, Panos. Yes, I'm going to contradict myself. I just mentioned that one of the most important challenges we have observed is connectivity, but connectivity is a trend that is improving significantly. When we began operations in Extensio at the beginning of 2016, 99% of our people could receive information through SMS, and we could get in touch with them to understand the impact of our projects through telephone calls and through fixed phones. Connectivity was an enormous challenge. We have observed an improvement in this trend. And nowadays, we are at 70% of users that are now connecting through WhatsApp, which means that WhatsApp is occupying much more space than SMS. And doubtlessly, part of our users can already use applications. We do observe a better connectivity, better data in the field, and more access to simple mobile phones vis-a-vis 5 years ago. A second trend that we observe are ever more solutions of digital access, pest management, bringing technology closer to small farmers. And we're extremely satisfied when we observe this movement as part of the solutions we offer. We're referring to 60 million growers in family agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean, an enormous number. And it is a pleasure to work with other organizations to resolve this challenge of access to information.
I can say here that from the work that the GSME has actually done in other regions, especially in Southeast Asia, we have also seen this trend of using WhatsApp over SMS. And this is actually a direct consequence of the increased use of smartphones and the connectivity that is actually improving across regions. Before we actually go to another question, I would like to now ask Diederik to share his thoughts on what are the key trends that we are seeing, Diederik, happening in your region, but also across Latin America and the Caribbean when it comes to digital agriculture. Over to you.
Well, nowadays, when we speak about technology, what comes to mind is at a farmer, I would like to use robots and drones. What is being used in Asia and Japan? Now, in the north of Nicaragua, I'm thinking of as a smallholder, the question is to do something that is sustainable. We have suffered from this challenge. Oftentimes, we have a great deal of information, but how to convert this in a benefit to small farmers. Based on our experience, we have to have a human digital transformation where we incorporate people, processes, and technology as a triangle. Additionally, if somebody asks me and says, how can we put in place all of these trends? This is another challenge. First of all, we have to have a team of programmers. We use our experience, very good experience from several regions in the world, the state of the art of industry for the agricultural sector, but we also invest in our own staff, including the chatbots. I think that this is going to be very helpful for small farmers, and we believe that for the loan approval process, we have to use multi-channels. Growers will see if they write this on WhatsApp or if they create their own request. They can introduce all of the data and go all the way to approval from their mobile phone. It's a self-service, as you say in English. But of course, there are other growers that need further education or support in this transition. We're all accustomed to see somebody before us. So which is the new trend that we have observed more in Asia than here, is how to create a plan for the farm. We're benefiting or we're betting on studies in the soil at the farm to use the data that exists on climate to put together with surveys on soil until you are able to produce a fertilization plan and the analysis of pests, where you take a picture and you can immediately see what is the disease that you have. Now, how can we blend all of these, bring them together, say, this is the disease, these are the best practices, use environmentally friendly pesticides, and receive a technical recommendation. The producer will receive a technical recommendation in terms of what they can apply, or they can be visited by somebody. In this case, the agronomist will not have to visit 6,000 people, but much less. So the trends that we will have will be to adopt those that are sustainable, such as chatbots, use data on climate, and much more, blending our own data with outside information to produce a single product and service for small farmers.
Looking and chasing commercial sustainability of digital agriculture and digital services, which is key in enabling this scale up of services across more farmers and delivering more impact, especially to the smallholder farmers in the region. And through the research we did last year in the region, we realized that most digital agriculture innovations, interventions aimed at smallholder farmers in Latin America and the Caribbean were actually supported by donors, government agencies, NGOs. So there is a very strong need to actually improve the business model and allow for commercially sustainable services to establish and become more accessible for the smallholder farmers in the region. Now, I would like to actually go to Andrea and ask Andrea the same question about trends that you think are important and that you're seeing developing in Latin America in the next few years, based on your experience. Andrea, over to you.
Okay, gracias, Panos.
Thank you, Panos. I'm extremely aligned with what was said by my fellow panels. I love the idea of the human digital transformation and the potential of being connected for rural areas and with small holders. All of this translates into a change in the way we work, a change in the work opportunities, a change in the specialization for work, and availability of time for opportunities outside of work, and favors the creation of digital networks. We're speaking of networks allowing access to communities that have the wish of promoting their products among a larger number of buyers or potential consumers that are sensitive to how these products are being grown and the work that growers are carrying out so that these products can reach our tables. Products that will be rich in nutrients and especially very aware of the environmental issues. We speak about direct sales through internet, whether they are individual or through groups. And to all of this, we can add the trends that the end consumer has shown. These consumers are extremely careful in terms of finding out how our food is being produced. And these consumers are sensitive, they're aware, and they're setting some trends that refer to traceability, which means that the trends are there and we should allow the possibility to the consumer of coming into contact with a family that is working in Colombia producing marvelous coffee. And they will have the possibility of coming into contact with that environment, with that landscape where the best coffee in the world is being cultivated. Of course, this through virtual reality. Now, to not go too far in terms of disruptive technologies, I can also underscore what was mentioned by Diedericks, the use of simple mechanisms, WhatsApp messages, for example, that will maintain the community united so that they can be informed on the needs of the community and maintain a continuous flow of information to benefit rural communities.
Thank you, Andrea. That's very interesting. Now, we only have about 5 minutes left. However, I would like to get your thoughts on a quick question, which is of massive importance and still very relevant, and that is around the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the use of digital technologies. I would kindly ask you if you can just spare a minute or maximum 2 or per person on this question, as we need to finish in the next 5 or so minutes. Who would like to go first? Diana?
Sin problema. Gracias, Panos.
Thank you, Panos. No problem. A very good question, of course, and we have worked more than ever between March and September of 2020, and the pandemic that we have gone through has pointed to the importance of complementing the work that we are doing in terms of extension, to do this personally on the field with that component of a digital extension, of using the means of communication more technology to have better communication between actors, suppliers, and others, and the growers. We have a mixed business model. We are a social company. We reinvest our profit in the company. We're a mixture of nonprofit and for-profit. We do have customers, and our customers are part of the supply chain. We have buyers that buy the production of growers or private companies such as Bavaria, large supermarkets, restaurants, or they can also be research centers, government. And on the other hand, we work with producer associations, cooperatives. We do this individually. And what we observed during COVID was very interesting for both actors, the buyers, those that offer extension services, or growers, all very interested in using more means of communication to be in contact. We sent information on delivery date, alignment of delivery with health standards that were necessary during COVID, also information on health, education, spreading the good practices on the field, of course, to prevent infection foci. It was a very interesting moment, and I believe that this interest in digital technologies is here to stay after the pandemic. At least we hope so.
Maybe one quick answer, one more answer or sharing your thoughts. Who would like to go next?
Gracias, Panos. Bueno,
thank you, Panos. If there's something that this unprecedented crisis has shown us, is that connectivity is a public good. I like to think that if it is a public good, we are all responsible for putting into action our creative possibility, not only to find the most innovative solutions that are cost efficient, but also to have the capacity to identify the necessary resources based on a coalition of partners that will ensure that the new technologies will reach everybody to maintain the world connected, even in periods of social distancing. This is what I hope.
Really relevant as well. Anything from you, Diederix? We only have less than a minute, actually.
Yes.
I think that the pandemic has taught us that we can do things differently. This top quality panel has enabled us to share with the world that things can be done in a better way, that we should take care of ourselves. Everybody has lost somebody dear to them, but it has shown us that we can be sad, but we can think that things can be done differently with excellent quality. Life is beautiful, but we have to think how to make it better without traveling broadly, using the tools that are here to stay. This is here for the long run, and it is a completely new environment.
Participation today, and also the audience who is here and listening to the very relevant and fantastic thoughts you're sharing, insights you're sharing in this panel. For this final session, track one, we spoke about connectivity, about the role of agri-tech. We also shared insights on how digital can support farmers, especially the small-scale producers in Central America and the Andean region. Next up, please join Guillermo Foscarini, Head of Agribusiness at IDB Invest, as he leads the discussion with representatives from Produce Pay, Climate Bond Initiative, and Rabo Partnerships. Thank you again for the fantastic discussion and the valuable insights.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, panels, for the previous discussion. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the digitalization and the use of technology that will certainly drive the transformation of the agribusiness sector in the future and provide better decision tools for the farmers across the region. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guillermo Foscarini. I'm the head of the agribusiness team at IDB Invest. Today, I'm going to be moderating the panel about financial innovation to drive inclusion and sustainability in the supply chain, which is very much connected to the previous panel, the digitalization and the use of technology, because ultimately, there is a technology gap, certainly in the region, in the sector, and certainly the technology gap is pretty much linked to access to financing, access to knowledge and access to financing. According to FAO, just to give you an idea, give us an idea of the magnitude of this gap, FAO estimates that if we want to achieve the SDGs by 2030, especially the zero hunger goal, the sector needs to invest $265 billion a year globally. In Latin America, IDB made a study a few years ago that says that in Latin America alone, the region will have to invest in irrigation infrastructure more than $4 billion to achieve the SDGs. And we have to invest about $37 billion in adaptation to climate change. These are massive investments. The sector really needs massive investments. However, as we all know, the sector, and in particular farmers and smallholders, but I would say that the entire value chain in developing countries and certainly in Latin America has had historically limited access to financing for various reasons, mainly for the perceived high risk of the sector. And we can name a few from climate risk, lack of transparent information and data, geographic dispersion of farmers and the producers, lack of tangible security, shallow capital markets in many of our countries in the region. There are many reasons why the sector has lacked access to financing. Different stakeholders are tackling this problem and are actively pursuing innovative ways of providing financing to the sector and help catalyze funds also, help mobilize funds to attract funding for the sector. Today on this panel, we have a very interesting panel with very distinguished guests that I'm going to be introduced right now, that we intend to provide a 360-degree view of this issue of access to financing. With that, I want to welcome the panelists, my fellow panelists here that are here with me today. I'm going to welcome Pablo Borges, founder and CEO of ProducePay, Agnes Johan from Rabo Partnership, she's the head of Blended Finance, Leisa Souza, the head of Latin America for the Climate Bonds Initiative, and Mathieu Pegon, the head of Blended Finance at IDB Invest. Thank you very much for joining me in this interesting discussion. With that, let me start off with a kind of a general question for everyone, and then we can go into more details. What are the key challenges that you see in the food and ag sector that the food and ag sector is facing in terms of access to financing, and how you guys are working to address these challenges? And maybe I will start with you, Pablo. You've been very active, and you are active in the fresh produce market, especially connecting producers with the U.S. fresh produce market. What are the key challenges that you see in this space, in the access to financing part of the value chain with your clients?
Yep. First of all, hello, Guillermo, fellow panelists and the audience. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very, very pleased to be talking to you. Like Guillermo mentioned, my name is Pablo Borges. I'm the CEO of ProducePay. And I'll start discussing a little bit about what we do, and then I'll jump straight into your question, Guillermo, about how we're tackling the specific challenge you mentioned. So ProducePay is an LA-based startup with presence in 5 countries across the Americas. We've made it our mission to provide the tools that farmers across Latin America need to successfully export fresh fruits and vegetables to developed economies as a means to maximize their returns and sustainably operate their farms. Personally, I also come from the industry. I come from a 4th-generation farming family in produce, like you well mentioned, Guillermo. One could say that this industry is my life, and thus what we're doing at ProducePay, I do consider helping farmers my life's work as well. The way we help farmers very quickly, one of the mechanisms is by the way you mentioned, by providing capital necessary to make the investments that allow these farmers to maximize their exports. We also help them by providing pricing transparency across different offtake markets so they can allow farmers to maximize their sale value by knowing exactly what they can sell at. And then finally, by introducing farmers to clients and guaranteeing payment from the different off-takers across different countries, which is a particular pain point because farmers are often taken advantage of when dealing cross-nationally. Now, to answer your question specifically about the challenges of investment and financing in ag, the major challenge that we at ProducePay have faced is the following: is produce, which is fresh agricultural commodities, are traditionally an uncollateralizable asset. If you think about a fresh piece of fruit, it has a very limited time window before it goes bad. And just look at your refrigerator. When you buy produce, how much does it last, right? This creates a big problem in the way that commodities are traditionally collateralized as a way for banks to be able to take on produce or financial institutions. For any other commodity, even non-perishable farming goods like grains, these can be stored for prolonged periods of time without their integrity being lost. And thus, the product itself can be used as worthy collateral. If you eliminate a product's ability to be prolongedly preserved, you eliminate a financial institution's ability to collateralize that commodity. And thus, traditional financial institutions give produce or future produce income zero collateral value. Instead, they require farmers to use hard assets, primarily land, to warrant their investments. However, most produce that we consume, for example, in America, that is sourced from different places across the world, is mostly grown in leased land. And even when the land is owned by the farmer or the farming company, it is most often leveraged to set up the initial cost, which is like setting up the farm and the infrastructure. But most recurring focus of investment is in the perishable biomass itself, on what in the future will be a berry, a banana, an apple, anything you buy fresh from your local grocery store. So thus, this is an asset that is historically these farmers have been unable to leverage. And this leads to farmers suboptimally or sometimes even prohibitively set up their operations because they can't collateralize the major source of their investment. So what we've done at ProducePay, and the biggest mechanism by which we've tackled this problem is we've effectively become the foremost underwriter of fresh perishable produce as a standalone collateralizable commodity. What this means is we actually have created a mechanism to package assets that are fully and solely backed by perishable biomass and sell these to Wall Street like you would any other commodity. So we do this by acting completely different from a traditional financial institution. We don't actually lend to the farmers, but actually invest and take a stake in their future crop. And then we actually see the assets to fruition, in this case, literal fruition, and all the way through sale, while inserting ourselves in the flow of cash. So if we do this correctly, we cover the entire mechanism by which an investment is made all the way through where it's monetized and thus can convert to a more traditional asset. This, if done correctly, has allowed us to collateralize the uncollateralizable. And over the past 6 years, we've been proving to Wall Street that these fresh perishable assets can indeed be packaged, managed, and yielded successfully, and thus allow farmers to now leverage what has historically been their biggest but largest uncollateralizable asset, which is a huge means for them to get financing. The subsequent challenge that we faced, though, was that because we were creating assets that were brand new, Wall Street penalized us very heavily, as in we were charged for a lot of premiums, which made our products somewhat expensive sometimes to do. What I mean by this is that we were forced, again, to pay a premium to sell our assets, right? Our mission was to keep to the model, but to create a track record. And over the past 6 years, we've been able to lower the premium that we have to pay and thus significantly make it cheaper to farmers to allocate our monies. The biggest drop, however, came after we partnered with you guys, with the World Bank, as your involvement made Wall Street much more comfortable with our model. You guys proved to be a strong signaling source, and now together we're on the eve of our biggest expansion yet because we're now competing at traditional financial institutional rates while still allowing them to collateralize a brand new asset. So this is very exciting for us. Like, we're excited about the opportunity that we're in now, because to your point is we've overcome a significant challenge, and now we want to deploy large capital that it will be needed to successfully address the world's eating needs over the next few decades.
Very interesting, Pablo. Certainly the combination of providing data, transparency with access to financing to a sector where that holds assets that have not been able to be used as a collateral. I mean, it's a real innovation in the space. So congratulations on that.
Well, thank you guys for joining us as well.
Maybe pass it on to Agnes from Rabo. From Bravo Partnerships. I mean, you guys have put together a fund to help mobilize the financing in the sector. What are the challenges that you are seeing from your perspective, Agnes? And maybe you can provide us maybe a global perspective also on your side.
Yeah, thanks very much, Guillermo, but also thanks for inviting me on this panel of this IDB Invest event. I'm Agnes Johan. I'm heading the blended finance team at Rabo Partnerships. So Rabo is one of the bigger global banks in the food and agri sector. And for us, we identified already a few years ago, right? The biggest challenge is how to grow sustainable agricultural production to feed the growing population, but you also want to combat further deforestation to tackle the climate challenge, for example. So for our bank, it's of strategic importance that the food and agricultural sector is able to really transition towards these sustainable agricultural practices. But we also saw that some of these transitions, or for example, like moving into agroforestry systems or ICLF or degraded pasture land renovation, or also improving productivity at smallholders. Those were actually challenges that wouldn't fit into our normal banking proposition, because like Pablo already mentioned before, right? Banks like collateral, like assets, and often these transitions require a different approach, longer tenors, less collateral, less security. So we were really thinking, how can we actually support our clients' needs? And unlike a lot of the DFIs, like IDB Invest itself, commercial banks don't have an in-house blended finance tools or funds available. So for us, for Rabobank, blended finance means that you work with external impact funds that can share into the risks into certain transactions that create a positive impact. Now, we can only apply that to these transactions, as I said, right, who are beyond our risk appetite statement. And we noted then that there are so many impact funds active, but only very few are actually able to work with banks or are used to work with banks. So that's why together with UNEP, that's the United Nations Environmental Programme, Rabobank initiated the setup of the Agri3 Fund. So the Agri3 Fund, who's now got investors that include the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Rabobank itself, and the Global Environmental Facility, is a fund that is really aiming to support commercial banks to open up their financing into transitions that have a positive impact on, actually 3 impact goals: combating deforestation, increasing sustainable agriculture, and improving rural livelihoods. It means that the fund can work with large scale, medium scale, but also smallholder farmers, although each segment will require a different approach. Now, we also knew that, Rabo is actually not a big bank. So we knew the challenge is much bigger than our own food and agri portfolio. So the whole Agri3 Fund is set up as an open source. So it's managed by an independent fund manager, and they are able to work also with other banks. So this is an invitation for other banks to reach out. So the innovative part of it is that actually now you see a commercial bank like Rabo bringing in public money to support these food system transitions. And at the same time, the fund is set up. It takes a while before you have things like this up and running. We are working on actually financing transactions with the Agri3 Fund. And it allowed us really to move into financing structures that we couldn't have done before, right? For example, for our rural clients, we finance farmers directly in Brazil. We can offer loans that target degraded pasture land, and then we combine it with accelerating to the forest code compliance. Adhering to the forest code really doesn't generate a lot of cash flow, right? So we are able to stretch the tenor of the repayment structure. And in Shanghai, for example, we were able to set up a financing program with an input company. Here we targeted a lot of smaller farmers that were still were growing maize and non-cash generating produce, and they are moving now into pepper production, which is a real growing cash crop in China. And the company itself, together with Agri3, we're using the TA program, which is the technical assistant money that's also available there, to help implementing it. So it's not been an easy journey. I think Mathieu will tell a lot more on blended finance and how complicated things can be. But we see that by using public funding, it actually allows us to move beyond and to really open up the access to commercial funding to more complicated structures as well.
Thank you very much, Agnes. I like the flexibility that the Agri3 Fund has in terms of the ability to provide financing not only to companies or through anchor companies, but also to farmers directly, right? So that provides a good flexibility for the deployment of the fund. Moving on to Lisa, in terms of maybe tackling the same issue of access to financing from a different angle. I mean, you guys at CBI have been working on setting up some kind of frameworks for companies to access financing in the public markets through bonds and issue bonds and so on through the capital markets. What are the challenges that you see? I mean, generally speaking, from that point of view, for companies to access financing to tackle the climate crisis?
Thank you, Guillermo, for the question. It's a pleasure to be here today to share a little bit about the climate bonds experience. So before I dive into your question, just present a bit of what the climate bond does, because it's directly focused to what you've asked. So we're a non-for-profit organization, and our mission is to mobilize capital markets and direct these towards projects and assets that are benefiting, of course, mitigation and adaptation and resilience. So here in Latin America, we have a strong focus on agriculture. And I think one of the challenges you mentioned, of course, is how you attract and mobilize the funding to tap. You mentioned a big number of 260 billion needed a year. So, there's a big funding gap that needs to be tapped. And we do believe that green bonds and other thematic labels are important to mobilize this investment that is so needed. So how do we do this? We do this by market development, which is a lot of what we do. And I think one of the challenges in the region is market development. You mentioned a few countries here do have shallow capital markets. They have also challenges on accessing international capital markets. So a lot of what we do is to work, of course, also in building this domestic market. So and how we label other instruments. So I think the true innovation here is looking at how we label existing mechanisms to attract this investment. And then I'll go and talk a little bit about what we've been seeing in a few countries here in LAC. We also, and I think this is a major contribution in terms of also tapping a gap that is different from other sectors as energy and in infrastructure, where you understand what the asset is to communicate what these assets are for agriculture. So I think even in terms of issuers that have this pipeline that could access capital markets, the companies and the producers don't understand, what do I have that can be labeled or be put within a green deal? So I think the challenge is really bringing this information to market and saying, like, this is what you can include within a green deal, which is what we do in terms of providing definitions on what is eligible or not within a green deal. So last year we published the agriculture criteria, which covers agriculture and livestock. And it looks for now at farm gate to farm gate, so production. And we have another challenge, which is how we bring this also into the supply chain. And so that is another challenge that we're looking at, and also hoping to tap with our transition program. And then also market intelligence is another thing that we do, and also bringing and providing this information on, what are the best practices, how do you issue, and how do you access this market. So I think the information is definitely the major part that we have to tackle in terms of, how do we bring on this. So we have the labels, we have, of course, the instruments, and the main thing is to really look at how we bring this in terms of Latin America. We're in a better position, let's say, than the global markets, where we have 4% globally going to agriculture, and in LATAM this is 12%. So it's significant, of course, because of the region's contribution in terms of food production. But we know that this volume can be higher, and there's a even more significant role that the region can play. So the main challenge that we see is really bringing this information on what is eligible or not, especially to avoid greenwashing. I think Agnes mentioned, and it's interesting that we are also having our conference this week, and we were talking about agriculture, and it's really important to focus on making these credentials and green credentials clear, and how to communicate these to investors, especially to avoid greenwashing. So I think the main challenge is also to understand what's being done that is good and that can be communicated to investors, and where is the next challenge on where do we need to step and move forward to actually tap in. So I think one of the main challenges is this. And just to bring a few examples of how we've been working and seeing in the region, this isn't only us talking. The IDB, of course, has been key also in supporting companies and coming to market, either with technical assistance and supporting on the framework. And in terms of the work that we're doing, we certify these bonds. So this is really important to bring these green credentials, as I mentioned. So we had the first certified bond coming from Brazil, which was regenerative agriculture. And I think the most important thing here is the size of the ticket, which it was a 5 million USD deal. So that's interesting, because we're also saying that, not a big ticket also can be funded, and aggregation mechanisms, which can be labeled as green. So thinking about how these resources are coming to small and medium producers is really important. So Brazil has also led in terms of these aggregated instruments and how you label these. So I think there is a really a big opportunity here in terms of how you use green bonds and other thematic labels, because we know that there's social sustainability and transition bonds to access and attract funding towards agriculture here in the region.
Excellent, Lisa. Certainly, you mentioned the word greenwashing. Certainly there is a lot of hype about, green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, social bonds. All sorts of labels, and in a way there is some opacity in how and when you name a certain issue, if it can carry a certain label or not. So I think your work, the work that you guys are doing, and I think us at IDB Invest, we're also contributing, is essential to add light, because the more transparency you have in the market, the more investors you are able to attract to the market, right? So certainly very, very important. Maybe moving on to Matteo. Matteo, what's your take on the climate crisis, and how the DFIs through Blended can help address this issue of the climate crisis, and help attract funds and mobilize funds into emerging markets, Latin America, and the food and ag sector in particular?
Thanks, Guillermo, and good morning, everyone. Great to be here. So blended finance at IDB Invest really is about providing financing at terms and or conditions that are more attractive than those available on the market. And so essentially it can mean a lower interest rate or longer tenor, like Agnes was mentioning, or a subordinated structure. We manage approximately 750 million of blended finance resources, which we've invested in over 70 projects, and we've helped unlocking approximately 5 billion of investment through the use of blended finance. Over 95% of our resources have a climate finance mandate, And so to give you a little idea of what it means in an agri-business context, this is sustainable land practices, reforestation, farmers' climate insurance, or productivity and efficiency, such as water efficiency in agriculture, or improving the productivity of cattle ranching, for example. And so to your question, at the core of what we do in blended finance, there's this notion that we really want to support project or business models that are sound business models, but somehow are having trouble to get the financing that they need, or the financing that they get is too expensive. And this is really to Pablo's point, what I was explaining before. And so what we mean by that is that we're obviously interested to see those projects generating climate impact, but really what we want those businesses to achieve is that ultimately they become more competitive than their climate unfriendly competitors. And so essentially what happens is that once they're more competitive through a process of market selection, you get more and more of these climate friendly businesses, and that's how you achieve impact at scale. So in the context of agribusiness, and I'm going to oversimplify a little bit, but we do see a number of those business models emerging, but some of them need proof of concept, again, to Pablo's case. And so part of what we do is establishing that proof of concept. So for example, last year we closed a project in Colombia for a for a nut tree, a project where the entire business model was predicated upon selling those nuts to the market. But on top of that, this was a project that was planting tree, which is good for climate. In other cases, this is not so much about proof testing an existing business model, but how to grow it and how to grow it at scale, and how to grow it by partnering with the actors on the supply chain upstream, whether it's commodity traders that are buying some of those products, or some financial institution, again, hopefully like Pablo when he comes back to us to grow his business and make it client friendly. So again, to oversimplify, there's probably two ways you can do that really, and one is about incentivizing companies to go into a certain direction, nudge them, so to speak. Think of a large container ship. Those are vessels that are extremely difficult to maneuver. It takes time for them to steer in another direction. And, we're like the tugboat that sort of pushes them into the right direction. And, tools like outcome-based pricing, which can also be issued in the form of a bond, by the way. This is a great tool to sort of steer those companies into the direction of low carbon or climate resiliency. And the other tool is really providing a financing that matches the cash flows of the underlying project, and where traditional financiers are not comfortable in providing such structure. And again, back to the example I mentioned before in Colombia, this was all about structuring a financing that would match the growth cycle of the trees, and basically have a profile that really leverage the moment upon which the trees would start to yield a crop, and those crops could be sold. And the entire financing was really structured around the underlying business model of the company. Back to you.
Thank you, Mateo. What you mentioned, resonates a lot with me, and in terms of creating the right incentives, and maybe linking it to one of the panels earlier this morning that I think was Jairo Trad from Quilimo, one of the agtech companies focused on irrigation efficiency in Southern Cone. He was referring as we're going through a carrot phase. So that we have to create the incentives for companies to address these issues, and also maybe taking a comment from one of yesterday's panel, I think was from Ana Lucia Horta from TNC, who's mentioning that managing E&S risks is not enough, that we have to create the incentives and then be proactive in managing this risk by creating the right incentives. So maybe moving on to maybe asking now Pablo. I mean, you guys, are very active in providing financing to the sector, to the horticulture sector across Latin America. But also, I mean, you guys are an ag fintech, if you want, company, a young company up and coming that is growing at double digits. You also rely on financing yourself, right? And you also, I mean, for you to deploy financing to the sector, you also need to raise financing yourself. What are the trends that you are seeing from the investors base? I mean, what kind of level of appetite you are seeing from investors to support new business models that are disrupting specific sectors within the agri space? Sorry, and maybe complementing there. I mean, what are the investors demanding? I mean, beyond just, I guess, good returns.
Yep. I'll start with the first part about AgTech in general. And it's a great question, Guillermo. And I say this because if you had asked me this question before the pandemic, I would have answered it completely different than I'll answer it right now. I think the appetite for AgTech is bigger and growing faster than ever before. Why? Because the latest pandemic has reminded the markets that when the economy gets into deep trouble, and people scramble, most bets are off. And industries that previously seemed rock solid are often the ones that plummet the hardest. This happened in this recent crisis. It happened in 2008. It happened in 2001. But across all these three, there have been some unequivocal truths that have arisen, which are often the most simple, hence why they're unequivocal, right? And one of these truths is that people still have to eat. And that's a very strong message because food is the ultimate necessity good, as economists would designate. On everything and anything, people will stop spending on everything and anything before they stop eating. In fact, in the latest pandemic, the industry didn't just hold like it did in the previous two, it actually strengthened because it makes sense. In a health-oriented crisis, people would move to healthier calories. So to answer your question, I think we're seeing the eve of a huge wave of AgTech as funds have realized this truth and have renewed their commitment to invest capital, but have done so with a new set of pandemic-sensitive eyes where these unequivocal truths matter. And the fact that these industries that are core, that are simple and yet necessary, carry a lot of weight. And in that sense, it is my opinion that AgTech is, to use buzzwords, the hottest it's ever been, right? As far as what investors demand, the vast majority still focus on great returns, but there are a select few such as your guys self, that ultimately have a bigger picture in mind, a picture that realizes that ag as an industry and AgTech as business is only as sustainable as the natural resources are able to uphold it. And in that sense, that's one of the reasons why we've been focusing on kind of learning a lot from you guys, because we know you have that, we have that focus, right? Produce Pay is now creating an internal certification program called Sustainably Sourced, which is similar to what Matthew was mentioning about creating actual economic incentives to actually motivate people to do things a certain way that will create long-term value. And that is what Sustainably Sourced is. It is the basis of what will create a direct economic incentive, such as discounts or better rates, for those farmers that prove their farming practice are long-term sustainable. Because as much as we're eager to please our investors with immediate returns, we're not really helping the industry if we're not setting up the structures that are long-term sustainable. And in that sense, one of the reasons, again, that we really kind of sought to work with you guys is because it's a very strong signal that Produce Pay sends to the market about where our mission and ultimately standards lie, on the fact that we're not just immediate returns driven, but we're also long-term sustainably driven. And I think that goes back to the fact that, again, providing immediate returns is not really helping the industry if you're not creating sustainable mechanisms that can uphold it in the future. And I think those signals are reverberating across the market. And I think more and more people are welcoming that message as part of their overall investment thesis.
Excellent. And in terms of, sticking to investors in general, Lisa, in terms of, what are the what are the trends that you're seeing in the market in terms of, I mean, there are a number of bonds, a number of thematic issuance being done in the market in Latin America. I mean, what are the characteristics that companies have, kind of a common characteristics that companies have that are currently issuing these thematic financings? And if you are, let's say, a middle-sized or mid-sized company, agribusiness company in Latin America that are thinking about issuing a bond maybe for the first time even, I mean, what are the key things that you need to know and have and or to avoid when thinking about thematic financing?
No, perfect. So in terms of the profile of companies that we've been seeing, of course, when we look at the examples, and we are going to launch a state of the market report looking at Latin America and green issuances across green, sustainable, social, and sustainably linked bonds, which should come out next week. So providing more on who's issuing, but bringing this firsthand to you in terms of the profile. Of course, we're seeing the bigger companies, right? So in terms of pulp and paper, which are like the major ones that are accessing the market, you have Suzano, you have Klabin, CPMC in Chile, and so on. And then when we start looking at the smaller ones, I think it's one of the challenges that I mentioned is, how are they accessing capital markets? Because here we're talking about capital markets and debt. So I think to prepare and to know, what if I do, is it eligible or is it not eligible? Where should I begin? Is really looking at taxonomy. So the climate bond has a green taxonomy. The EU also has its taxonomy, looking at what is being funded and what can I fund. So I think that's the first step. I think one of the other things, of course, the green bond market is the more mature market, let's put it this way, and it has clear metrics. And as I mentioned before, this is what CBI does in providing what you have to actually demonstrate. And going to what Agnes just mentioned before, investors are looking at, when we're looking at agriculture, at zero deforestation, at how emission reductions are being made. So I think these are things that companies have to look at, especially when we're looking at agricultural production. In terms of food and supply chains, it's more of the rational use of resources. And what we've been also seeing in terms of labels, the sustainability linked one is getting a lot of popularity because you can, of course, attract and use the resources. It doesn't have to be earmarked, so it can be a general purpose bond. And then you just have to look and say, I'm meeting these targets this way. But the main challenge here is also, I think, the word that we use in terms of, greenwashing, showing that there's ambitious and that these targets are really robust. So I think definitely looking at, what the criteria is mentioning is a good starting point. Doing a framework, building a narrative on, why green, and of course thinking about the label. Is it green? Is it social? What is the impact that you want to signal to investors?
Excellent. Maybe one last question for the two of you, Mateo, Agnes, in terms of I mean, you guys work with anchor companies in the sector, and also with banks, with commercial banks. How has the interaction with commercial banks when providing blended finance, when embedding blended finance into transactions to maybe help move the needle or go one step further, one step beyond just the kind of the regular course of business, and how to impact or measure the impact that the project will have? What are the challenges that you guys are facing when it comes to blended?
Should I kick off, Mathieu? Yeah. Yeah, so like I said, right, it was quite a steep learning curve. So we've only experimented now so far within our own bank, so within Rabobank. And we thought our ENS checks, which are embedded in the KYC and in compliance things, were really pretty up to speed. And specifically for our rural teams, we have agronomists who are supervising whatever the farmers are doing. But when we entered into the first transactions with the Agri3 fund, they are independent, right? So they have their own objectives. We noted that their expectations when it comes to, not necessarily on the ESG side, although there sometimes that's more on are the minimum requirements done, but it's more on if you set KPIs for these deals, that's one thing, but number of hectares upgraded. How do you define whether land is no longer degraded? And then how do you measure it? And there were no standards for that. So we work closely with UNEP now, who are working on a database for specifically the land use, as they call it. That includes agriculture. But we spend so much time on discussing, okay, what are we measuring? When is it? Okay, what are methodologies used in Brazil for this case? And there luckily you have organizations like Embrapa. But I really feel if we are wanting to move the needle with blended finance at farmer level, you need to work much more towards standardization, because you cannot allow yourself to spend 8 months on a $4 million deal, right? That doesn't work. It doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for any bank. And so we turned it around. We said, okay, degraded pasture land is a big challenge across Brazil first, but also across other parts of Latin America. Why don't we predefine eligibility criteria, both credit and on the impact side, and also define how we measure it? Let's standardize this so then we can roll it out. Now, ultimately, we would like to be getting the delegated authority to approve these deals, but I think you need to work much more towards standardization, especially at farmer level. I think when you discuss with corporates, they have a much bigger, ability to report or to gather the data and to report things. The deals are bigger, so it also allows you a little bit to move into specifics per deal. But really, at farmer level, we need to standardize it. And I think that's one way of moving the needle a little bit.
Yeah. Certainly. Matteo, maybe in 1 minute, if you can complement or add on your side.
I'm on the clock here. So look, very, very quickly, at the end of the day, blended finance is a subsidy, and that means that we can achieve great thing by providing subsidized financing, but this is also something that can potentially disrupt markets in the bad way. So this is not something that is easy. It's complex, and I think any starting point on a blended finance project, is really calling you, Guillermo, and your team, and calling us and discussing how this is achievable. When it comes to impact measurement, this is a must for us as a development bank, but and we do recognize that sometimes it's complex, but we also do have advisory resources to support our client in going through this journey. And would also argue that the good news is that more and more actually being able to report on sustainable development impact is good business for the company themselves. So I would also tend to view that as a good investment for the future. Back to you.
Excellent, thank you, Matteo. Certainly, I mean that's what we do day and night. So certainly that touches very closely to our agenda. So first of all, I want to thank you, every one of you, for joining this conversation. It's been an honor to join this panel with you. I think we had a very interesting conversation, and certainly, as I said at the beginning, a 360-degree view of touching it from different angles, the issue of access to financing. Certainly, we could be talking here for hours about the needs of the sector, but I think it was a very good initial discussion. So with that, I wanna thank you all for joining. I think we're coming to an end to AgriLAC, so this has been a great honor to be part of it. And all the sessions will be available on IDB Invest YouTube channel, and then we hope you have learned a lot. I certainly did. Just want to thank you all, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.